Okay, welcome back. So here we are. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending where you are in the world. I tell you what, Brad, this has been a bit of an international trip. We've been around the US a couple of times, and we're still in the US, but we're getting closer to home. We're over on the Big Island, and our next presenter comes from the Big Island. So we might even get a ukulele solo out of him later on, but we'll see what happens. Um, he lives there on the what is it called, the Windward Coast, with his wife, 6 horses, cats, chickens, and a border collie named Jazz. He grows coffee beans, avocados, oranges, and tangerines, grapefruit, and a variety of herbs. Seems like he does a bit in the kitchen, doesn't it? Anyway, his interest in model railroading started very early, but this came to influence by real railroads following his college. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm getting a bit tongue tied. So, following college, he worked as an intern to serve several architectural firms, and he obtained his license in California and then Hawaii, where he's now practicing, which is why he's on the Big Island. Otherwise, it'd be pretty hard to practice an architecture in California from Hawaii, I suppose. But anyway, uh, a consummate layout builder, and the latest project he's got at the moment focused on 2 towns and a branch line between them. His interests range from the design of history kits, scratch building, scenery, and electronics, including the battery powered locomotives or dead rail systems. The double deck railroad is under construction for several years and is by far being completed. So I think there's a lot more to come yet. Everybody, if you'd welcome Neil Erickson from the Big Island in Hawaii, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Marty. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for attending and tuning into the update for my Oahu Railway Wahiwa branch. Throughout this presentation, you're going to see and hear references to Hawaii, and the era that I'm modeling is not well documented. The scale and gauge of my model railway is a little different than most, but it's become more common. If you're a regular model railroad modeler, I'm sure that you'll understand what I'm talking about. But for those unfamiliar with this type of model building, I need to provide a little history behind my interest in model trains. So please follow along as I give you some insight as to where I live, why I'm interested in this railroad, and how my model railroad was developed. The why I build model railroads, I guess it's a topic for another day. I have no idea. So I don't know. All of us start in different ways. But moving on, uh, I'm working on the Oahu Railway and Land Company Wahiwa branch, and basically I'm modeling the town of Waipahu and Wahiwa and the branch between them. So I call it the Waipahu Junction and Wahiwa branch. So I gave this presentation 2 years ago when I introduced what I've been doing in this railroad to the NMRA community. So it seemed like an update was appropriate, let you know what I'm doing. This image, by the way, is from the book Next Stop Honolulu. It captures, my romantic vision and the rural nature of this railroad at the time, as it might have been in and around the turn of the 20th century. This railroad was built on coral fill for a great deal of the line, and it cut through fields along the Pearl Harbor coastline. As shown in this image, you can see the fish ponds, and in this case, rice fields, and that separated the salty water from the ponds on the what we call the mountainside or Mauka side of the road. Hawaii is made up of 8 islands, if you don't know. Although there's a large population in Las Vegas, so sometimes called the ninth island. Where I live is on the island of Hawaii. It's also known as the Big Island. And if you look at the image, you can see why it's called the Big Island. Our island is so big it could probably, I know it could, you could put all the other islands on it and we'd still have a room around them. So, but my modeling is not on the island of Hawaii anymore. It's on the island of Oahu. Um, Oahu is where the city of Honolulu is that most people know, of Waikiki. It's also the state center, the capital. Um, and the history of Hawaii is, um, well, let's just say it's rather controversial beyond the scope of this presentation. But it's important to note that it was built during the time when Hawaii was a country of its own, and the use of the lands were controlled by kings and queens. And up until it became a territory of the United States, right? It was had already been built and had been operating. So by the time it became a state in 1959, the year I was born, the railroad is largely gone, right? Except for some small portions around the harbor. Taking a look at Oahu, Oahu is a relatively small island compared to the Big Island, but it's probably most well known for the city of Honolulu and Pearl Harbor. And Honolulu, again, is the capital of our state. And sorry about that. Turn off my volume. A lot of people are concerned because I went in for a biopsy yesterday. At any rate, moving on. At the time the railroad was built, between 1896, 1897, much of the island was uninhabited, and the idea of a railroad seems amusing to some and folly to others. In the end, the line, it's 11 o'clock here and I'm still tongue-tied, Marty. The line ran about 70 miles from Honolulu around the north end of the island on the far left of this image. Around that's known
Neil?
as Kaena Point. Yes.
Neil, sorry to interrupt, but we're still seeing the first slide in green.
Oh, well, thank you. All right, here's the image I was talking about. Can you see this now?
Thank you.
I don't know how I can read my notes, but I'll give it a try. So again, this image shows the rice fields in the foreground, the railroad in the background. To me, it's a very romantic image of what the railroad might have been. Again, the 8 islands of Hawaii, at least in the Pacific Ocean, shows the Big Island down on the lower right, Oahu up in the center middle. And again, moving forward, where I was is the island of Oahu. I can't remember what other people call it, but we say Oahu. The Pearl Harbor on the bottom, and then the railroad line running around the perimeter of the island there. We're about 70 miles. On the far left, Kaena Point is the most northern point of the island. Prior to the railroad being built, there was a form of railroad there. It was basically a 2-horse railroad. Well, I think these are donkeys, so technically it's a 1-horse. The interesting thing here is that, you know, when people dressed to go out those days, they were very formal attire. And I love the image here of the fancy dress and even the little skirting around the edge of the cart. Exception was the cowboy, often known as paniolo, for the Portuguese name for the cowboy. A lot of Portuguese here. In 1865, this dapper gentleman, you know, was a merchant sailor, and he ended up stuck on Oahu after falling from a horse and breaking a leg. He decided to stay on, and he worked as a clerk.
Oh, looks like we've hit a bit of a technical difficulty there. I think Neil just dropped out. I bet the other 2 guys at the moment are probably paddling like mad ducks, trying to work out what just happened. But bear with us.
In here, Martin, we're just going to let you keep rabbiting on. We might cut to some ads and we'll try to get Neil back in here.
Yep. See.
thereafter. Came to Hawaii in 1865. That sounds wrong, but he was very industrious. He was a merchant sailor, fell off a horse while traveling here and broke a leg. So he ended up staying in Hawaii and began to work in a hardware store. You know, after working there a number of years, he was able to convince the owner to sell it to him, and he became the owner of Dillingham and Company. He was very industrious and had lots of ventures, including raising cattle on his property, and he grew lots of vegetables, and including things like watermelon, which you may not have expected to come from Hawaii. It still does come from Hawaii, but he began with the idea of building a railway out into the arid areas of the island that didn't have any water. But um, the idea of pumping water out of the ground is not new, but it was new to Hawaii. And so when you drill down below a shell, you could get an artesian well, and the water would come flowing out. And it was really an opportunity to start farming these parts of the island that were very sparse. In order to get there, though, you needed a railroad. So he petitioned the king for a railroad right of way and was granted lands, but the lands were essentially along the edge of Pearl Harbor, and there was no land. So he had to basically figure out how he was going to build. And so he started building the railroad along with a lot of laborers, and he would take them lunch every day and stay out for the remainder of the day working with them side by side. Became very popular with the crews. As he started to develop the railroad, he built a station. Again, this one has a lot of European influence. You can see there's a lot of more stations along the line you can see that have some similar characteristics. This is not like a Hawaiian style house or building that they'd ever seen. And it has a lot of, I would guess, German influence, maybe some Scottish. It's very cool. And I'll show you some more pictures of images that really enticed me to fall in love with this line. You can see that in this image, assuming you're still with me, that everything is built on coral fill. On the far right, it looks like boulders and rocks, but that in fact is coral. Coral can be broken up so it's very fine, and they use it from everything to the riprap all the way up into the ballast that went between the ties. And in this image, you can see the station far beyond the engine house on the upper center left. And in front of that is the engine house, of course, with the stock shed for the mules. Opposite that, there is a workman's shanty, maybe something that has a speeder car. And then there's a little walkway out over the water where they had the privy. And you can guess where the effluent ended up. Something to note is the stub switch here in the middle. And that was pretty common for the 1890s on a rural line. Not very common on the mainland during this era, but it was easy to build, and you literally bent the rails to get the direction of the traffic going to the other tracks. Here's another image that I find really romantic, just the idea of running through the fields that they created by separating the salty water from the fresh water. And on the right-hand side, it looks like that might be taro. And on the left, again, rice fields. Palm trees, of course, are synonymous with Hawaii. And again, it's hard to tell, but this is all the coral fill. And you can see how far up off of the water line it was built. Another image of the coral, the farmlands. And again, I love this image, and I really wanted to try to capture some of this in a railroad. The island of Oahu is separated by basically two mountain ranges, and up through the middle of the two is the Wahiawa Plain. Wahiawa meaning people of the valley. So there's a valley that separates the two ridges of mountains there. And this branch line was built up from Waipahu to Wahiawa, and you can see it says military in the middle there. But the Schofield Barracks and the airfield was up there. Became sort of famous, of course, later on during World War II when the airplanes from the Japanese Zeros came through the ridge and across and bombing that military field. But on the bottom there, you can see Pearl Harbor, and down on the far right, Honolulu. It's about 11 miles from Honolulu to Waipahu. So it's has a lot of great features, and it's hard to decide where I wanted to build a railroad and what to replicate. This is the station in Waipahu. It's kind of dark, I understand, but it really does make a couple things stand out in relief. One is um, the signals, right? The home signals there, and they are used to indicate whether or not there's train orders to pick up from the crew. And so they would give a slow order where they might pass it up while the train is passing, or literally a stop where they have to check in and sign the register. On the right of the station is a water tank, of course. If you didn't recognize that, that round looking structure is a water tank. And over the years, there were a number of water tanks in Waipahu. So again, some more interesting things to think about modeling. This is a map from around that same era that shows the Waipahu station in the very middle, right next to the stream. And then on the right is a Y, which is where the trains would come from either direction and go up the Wahiwa branch. Generally, they didn't come from the Kuhuku direction or the right-hand side of the branch, but the trains would come down the branch and off that direction, and oftentimes over the scale before they headed back toward Honolulu. All trains started and ended in Honolulu. This is actually a map that shows the entire branch line and all the lines and feeders that went off of it. And I found it kind of daunting actually to figure out where I was and what I would like to model if I'm going to model a branch line from Waipahu to Wahiawa. I circled on the far left-hand side that former image that we just looked at of the Waipahu junction. This is the station at Wahiawa. You can see there's a family appearance between that and the Waipahu station. So this is Wahiawa, and it's located on Center Street. Actually, I'll show you in a minute a little better view. But again, I love the image because the pictures of the people in their clothing, seems like all the men wore boat hats and ties and jackets. And if you've been to Hawaii, you know it doesn't really warrant jackets and ties. It's usually very warm. And the girls are dressed up with their frocks and jackets as well, which I find kind of interesting. The railroad began to grow. It began to grow and grow and grow, and they became very successful in a lot of ways. They began to get more and more traffic. And you can see in this image that there's a new freight passenger car shed on the far right. The yard here curves off to the right because it actually goes around to a giant balloon loop. So you could pull a train in and around and turn it all the way around and head back. Sorry about that. I don't know if you see that or not. Well, taking a coffee break here.
No problems. Even the electrons need a rest every now and again.
They were asking me for a cup of coffee, I think. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So trying to get back where I was, I apologize. Here's a too far along, actually, is where I was. I showed this image a little bit earlier here, and that's where I want to be. I'm still too far along. I'm sorry. You guys might have to stop me if I run out of time.
No, you're fine.
Again.
You're fine.
So here's the Wahiawa station again, and I don't know if you caught any of this this track work that forms the large balloon loop that allows you to turn the passenger trains, or even the freight trains for that matter, in Honolulu. So they took up a lot of real estate. And again, this is all built on fill, so it's very fascinating. This is the station a little bit later, not a little bit, about 10 years later, and it had grown a great deal. And you can see how from the street side has become quite an impressive monument to the railroad. Down the line a little bit, and you guys are probably familiar with Pearl Harbor a little bit, or at least heard of it. It had a cool little station with some of the similar detailing. And I just love the station, and it just begs to be modeled. You know, I just love this little round overhang there, and like a little what do you call Romeo and Juliet balcony, right? This is an image of Aiea, which is just further beyond Pearl Pearl Harbor. IAEA is probably best known today for the location of our big dome, or not dome, but big outdoor venue for sports. And off to the right here is the water of Pearl Harbor, and there's a dock here. And if I'd shown you Waipahu station before, you notice that it's almost identical. These buildings are almost identical. The station agent would live upstairs, and downstairs was the ticket office and baggage area. And he often collected packages and whatnot for people that wanted to ship out of the railroad. The waiting areas are outdoors. Here's an image, I think, during the war. And again, it shows Pearl Harbor and the station. And by this time, there's a little shed off to the side there. I was there a week ago. And let me see if I can get this full screen. I apologize. And there's absolutely nothing left there. It's just a blank slate. But you can imagine where the station might have been there.
Okay, I think the image, the slideshow's just it says starting slideshow at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's something happened and it went offline.
No, that's fine. This is the whole reason of doing it live. We get these little interruptions. You can have a break, cup of coffee. Look, if the worst comes to the worst, you can give us a ukulele solo.
Well, that would be the worst.
No, come on.
Well, I might give this a moment to load. And then in the meantime, since Marty's begging for it, I'm wearing my Pakalani inshirt because I'm down here at the hotel today, and all the rooms have a little ukulele.
Well, we've lost him altogether. Okay, as usual, we'll break to a commercial, I guess, and hopefully we can get Neil back. He's not having much luck this morning with his internet connection, so...
What are you trying to say? You don't have a ukulele there to give us a show?
Well, I don't have a ukulele here, and I tell you what, as a singer, I make a really good drummer.
Perfect.
So I'm not going to sing for you. I wouldn't put everybody out there in that much pain.
Well, on that note, we'll cut to some ads then.
Why not?
Just give us a sampler.
Okay. Well, as we said, the best planned things always seem to hit us at NMRAx Live. We're back again. Hopefully, we've got things sorted. Hopefully, we've got we've just gone out and refed the mice on the wheel there outside Neil's internet connection, and we can get back to it. So, Neil, you were playing the ukulele, but we'll go straight back in now. The presentation's up and running, and
All right, thanks,
I'll
Marty.
hand it over to you.
That sounds good. I was looking for elevator music, but we'll move on. I don't know if I left at this point when we were talking about the IAEA station in Pearl Harbor, but I'm just going to keep going because I'd like to get to the portions where I was actually building a model. This is a very early image of Waipahu, and on the right-hand side, you can see a boxcar right in front of a freight building and the station beyond. This passenger car is actually Dillingham's private car, and I want to talk more about that later because it is really cool, and I had an opportunity to ride on the restored version of it. Here is a better view of that same location. This wooden trestle in the foreground that the passenger car sits in. On the right-hand side was a Chinese grocery, and on the opposite side of the street, a Japanese grocery. And if you look down the line, it looks like the water tank has moved, but in reality, I think they've moved around a bit. On the far left is the Waipahu station, and again, that family resemblance with IAEA and Wahiawa stations is really clear. Looking from the other point of view, you get a better view of that freight station, the railroad station beyond, and this time it's interesting because the water tank looks enclosed. And I'm not sure why that was done. I don't think there's a freezing problem here, but you'll see it again in another image. In this picture, you can see the two stores next to the trestle, the Japanese store and the Chinese store. And beyond that was another store. I'm not sure what that was all about. The depot looks rather small compared to them. The freight house. And then if you notice the water tanks, there's a square one and a round one. This is interesting because when I shared this on Facebook, I had a gentleman from Japan write to me and said that he was born here and his family had the store. And another woman told me that she was born on, I believe, the Chinese side and married the Japanese man and moved to the Japanese store. Interesting what kind of connections you make by sharing this stuff online. This is another image actually around 1919, 1920, I guess. And at this point, you can see there's two water tanks, the stores, but the engine house has been added. And the engine house was built for a Shay locomotive that was used to run up the branch. You notice that the bridge actually has two lines running across it because they did an extension of the line while they're going to replace the wooden trestle with a steel one. And that was just supposed to be temporary, but it ended up staying that way till the end of the line. Just something funny to note is Kapakahi, the stream name says Kapakahi there, is equivalent to what you might say cattywampus on the mainland. You know, it's all this way and that. So it was Kapakahi. Here is that same image a few years later after the Shay locomotive was given up on, but you can see the shoe fly around the new steel bridge beyond, and this is a double header coming down off the branch. After they gave up on the Shay, they started double heading everything with C25s. In other words, 280 wheel configuration of the locomotives. But it must have been pretty amazing to hear that coming up or coming down the branch with the two locomotives double heading the line. Again, in this image, there's 3 water tanks. So they must have done one for the branch line. I managed to visit this site a few years back, and this is what's left of the steel bridge. It's a homeless camp, I think. But it was kind of fun to find a remnant of the railroad. Beyond, on the image on the left, where the station might have been, is a plumbing supply store, and a little bit beyond that is a bicycle pedestrian trail that goes all the way around back to Honolulu and around Pearl Harbor. It is should be more popular, but it's more popular with the homeless. This locomotive, a K-28, I'm told, with a bunch of modifications, a lot like the one you might have seen on a Colorado railroad. All these 3-foot gauge locomotives that they ran on the line, nearly all of them were what we call outside frame. In other words, the wheels weren't really very visible. They had a really interesting mechanism. So this locomotive was used for pretty long trains that went all the way out to Kahuku, picked up um, boxcars full of sugar and many other things. But what's interesting in this, you can see the signals very clearly in the colorized version and the 2 water tanks. Certainly the shoe fly around that new bridge too, that remained there for a long time. On eBay, there were occasionally, very occasionally, I see timetables. This one, the Oahu, rather the Hawaii Railway Historical Society bought and shared a screen image of it for me, and they scanned it. In 1898, yes, is probably prior to the era I'm going to build. They weren't up the break yet, but it does give you distances and times to each of the stations. I think these are just fascinating sources of information. I have one from about 1935 as well, so I'm kind of missing the actual era that I'm looking for. Starting to focus more on Waipahu and maybe modeling some of this to go up the branch, I started looking closely at the station. I found this image on the upper right, pretty clear now, of the station and the freight station, the water tank, that kind of stuff that I'm looking for. And the road right in front of the station was known as Depot Road, surprisingly. And it went up toward the sugar mill in the background. Oahu Sugar was started by Dillingham to take advantage of all those plains full of sugarcane that could be grown now. And a lot of this building still exists. I just love this old town look, though. Again, here's that Oahu Sugar Mill. You can see it's absolutely huge. This would take up 20 feet of model railroad in O scale for sure. It's absolutely huge. The one thing I did like is that you can see the little sugarcane cars on the trestle, sort of on the middle right-hand portion of the screen. Barely visible, but you have to understand that I've been staring at these pictures a long time. So what they would do is they would bring these loaded cane cars down and they would be unloaded in that shed and they'd be taken up into the factory and crushed and the sugar would come out, as a juice, and they would distill it. Lime was used to help settle it too. And so you'll see later that lime was quarried on the island. I wanted to create a model railroad of somewhere along Oahu Railway. And I have this space that was once a barn loft. It became a design studio, a little drafting studio for me at one point. And then, as things went to computers, you don't need nearly as much space. So I thought this would be an ideal space for me to use to build a model road. I think I'm working on at least the 3rd model road in the space, maybe the 4th. The drawback, of course, is you can see the roof slopes rapidly. It's only about 4 feet high along the walls on each side. So I can't get any closer to the edge than about 6 feet away without bumping my head, of course. But I'm 6'4", so the idea of cramming as much track in there as possible is always a thought. A lot of people do. They put as much track as they can. This is a very famous railroad, the Goring Defeated by John Allen, had scenery that went from the floor all the way up to the scenery, to the ceiling. It was very well known, and he was a master of creating illusions, but also a lot of imagination and whimsical scenes that were developed. But clearly that wasn't something I was going to do. This is HO scale. O scale takes twice as much space, easily more than that. I ended up choosing a plan that was published online called the Red Mountain Railway. This was going to be a place to experiment, building track, running trains. And in the end, it turned out that my aisles were rather small. I'll show you a couple of images of that. But the Red Mountain is funny because on the Big Island we have a lot of red dirt. It's probably the whole state has a lot of red dirt, so it's very appropriate. We're offline again. Great. Marty, can you see these images?
Yes, we can.
This was my
interruptions. Hopefully this will sort it. Unfortunately, the internet connection's not too good in Hawaii at the moment, so we'll hand it back over to Neil. We've got about 5 to 8 minutes left, so we may end up rescheduling this one again. So, hey, over to you, Neil.
Thank you, Marty. Again, this is the railroad I started building, and I began to become more and more influenced by the Oahu Railway. And buildings that I chose, industries that I chose, were all from Oahu. Even though I thought that I learned a lot doing this. And you can see some of these images are a lot of fun. Start stealing images and then trying to layer them up and create things like plantation fields of pineapple on the far left, and one of the sugar mills on the right. And this is hugely compressed, but gives you an idea of what it might have been. I started thinking, what if I could do a double deck layout? And so when my railroad room, where I only have 4 foot high along the walls, I bring the layout further out and keep it within reach. So a 2-level layout was entirely possible. I have a few resources and started pouring through all of these, trying to figure out what it is I wanted to include in this railroad. And my focus, of course, really was on Waipahu and Wahiawa and how I could get there. So there's a lot of enticing places along the coast that I thought would be really fun to include somehow, even if it was only along Pearl Harbor and not along the ocean here, like in the Waianae Coast, as it says, which is up toward the North Shore. And this is another image coming from and a point back down that same direction. You can see the steepness of the hillsides. It's just begging to be modeled. During the war, the railroad transported troops all over the island, on excursions and hauling them to and from locations on the island. And it was obviously a time when a lot of the would-be railroaders, these servicemen, were taking photographs of the line. And so a lot of these images were from servicemen, I'm sure. There's a hotel that was built by the railroad that was, a very beautiful, enticed kings and presidents to come and visit and ride on the railroad for, I don't know, I think it was $5 or $10 to ride all the way out the line and have lunch and go all the way back. They stayed in this beautiful hotel, and it was, really neat, but very, very big. And so it was impossible that I could include this in the railroad. Even as a backdrop, it would just take up so much space, even though it has a lot of appeal, even on the backdrop. But I think that to create a station like this, even though it was just a little shed and a little bridge with the building in the background, I think it was just running all the way out and around the coast. It's just more than I could handle in my little room. I ended up settling on Waipahu on the lower level, Wahiawa on the upper level, and instead of a helix, I did a single spiral coming out of the Y and up and around and behind the railroad. And the idea at the time was to expose that whole line. And it ended up feeling really crowded on the right-hand side. So I started anyway. I start cutting a homosoap board. I would rip it to size, run it through my my bandsaw, and then curve it so I could have it gently moving around curves. And I started laying track. The first place I started laying track while I was doing all that was in the staging area. So I also created a balloon loop like in Honolulu, where I could stage up to 4 trains, passenger and freight cars, so they could come from one direction and return the direction they came, or just for fun, go around and around and watch trains on that lower level. I like to hand lay my switches and a lot of my track, and these etched ties you can see are extremely tiny, but I think they produce really lovely results. So here's a couple more images. That balloon loop has a little drop leaf there. At the time, I think I was using just some C-clamps to hold it all level and plumb, but it eventually got done, and I kept moving on, and I ended up coming all the way up into Waipahu here. I've got my mock-up of my station, and in the lower center, you can see what my image was of looking at Depot Street. And the idea of maybe just, retaining a photo backdrop would be enough to give that impression of the town beyond. On the right is the wooden trestle that you saw in the earlier photographs, and that's my model of the wooden trestle as it goes across in front of Waipahu Station. The why, building a railroad is a messy enterprise, and you can see laying that Homosote roadbed with a little bead of glue down there and getting it all down with a bunch of thumbtacks, laying your track. I revert to flex track in a lot of cases. This railroad, I just wanted to make some progress and see it move it along. On the right-hand side, you can see a bunch of little C-clamps, and I was experimenting with what they call a spline roadbed. I think I have a picture of that next. No, this is Wahiwa up on the upper deck, and I'll go back one just so I can show you that it climbs up to about 60 inches off the floor. So for a lot of people, 5 feet is too much, but again, I'm 6'4". This is Wahiwa laying the switches in this case. This is actually all laid and down now, and I'm working on some of the structures. I recently received a kit for the stockyards that were up here, so I'm looking forward to getting started with that. Some of the areas that here's on the left is how I build up my spline roadbed. So this is a 1/2-inch Homosote separated with a couple layers of masonite. And so in structural engineering, this is known as a flitch beam, where the masonite would be used, steel would be used instead, and then wood, of course, for the other members. And it forms a very strong shape that does not bend or deflect very easily. So this worked out really well. I ended up using a lot, and it made some nice flowing curves. On the right-hand side, I'm rushing along, and I apologize. For some reason, I decided to push some of my track up into the hidden area. And instead of just leaving it hidden, I decided to add some scenery in that area. So the idea of maybe running locomotives with cameras in them is not too far in our future. So you may be able to enjoy more of my railroad from a cab view, even though you can't see it from the railroad room itself. I use I use SketchUp, a program by Trimble, and this is an app within that called Photo Match. And you choose vanishing lines, and you can draw right over your image, and it will create a 3D view, a 3D model of the image. And in that case, you can flatten them and use them for templates for model building or whatever you want, obviously. But on the right-hand side, you can see the two sides. And of course, as soon as you do this, as soon as you draw something, you
Oh, looks like we've had a bit of an interruption again from Hawaii. I don't think this is going too well. So I think we might, when Neil comes back, we might wind this up, and we may redo this one, I think, maybe at the next NMRAx event, being as we've had so much trouble here. What do you reckon, Brad?
I think we wind it up, and we might cut to some ads now, and
yeah, we'll go to
sorted.
some ads, and don't forget, we've got a few events coming up in the future. There's the convention, I believe, is coming up in I believe it's only a week and a half away now. So we might have a bit of a chat about that when we get back. But we'll get set up for the next clinic now, and we shall speak to you shortly. Okay, welcome back to NMRAx Central here. We've unfortunately lost connection with Hawaii altogether, as we said in the last one. So we're going to be even more adventurous, and we're going to head from Australia down to Mexico. So I'll tell you what, the old NMRAX Magic Carpet's getting the run tonight. We've gone all over the place. We've been all over the US, over to Hawaii. Now we're in Mexico. So here tonight we've got an enthusiastic and obsessive Mexican rail fan who always pleases to share in the hobby and create Spanish videos in order to increase the model railroad knowledge. I tell you what, if I watched a Spanish model railroad video, I reckon I'd probably get something out of it. But anyway, everybody, please welcome Eduardo Becquerel, and I'll hand it over to you, Eduardo, and we will see your videos.
Okay, thank you very much, Marty. Thanks for the introduction, and I'm really happy to be here. It's been a while since the last time. I believe this is my fourth clinic. And really excited to share the hobby with you, my passion, and everything. So thank you very much for having me. And I will try to do this very simple. And if you want to share something about, if you have question, please feel free about it. And today's topic is graffiti. I know it's controversial topic because many people, well, they hate graffiti, but if you are modeling, I believe from 2000 until today, and if you want to have some realism or prototypical accuracy in your layout, you need to have graffiti. You need to have watering cars. You need to have graffiti, and that is a must if you are in the modern era. If you are in different era, obviously there's no sense that you have graffiti. So, before we start the process, I would like to share something with you. As you know, well, we have different ways to make a graffiti. The first one is using these decals. These are really simple, cheap. You can get these on eBay or your local hobby shop. These are really cheap and easy to apply, and you will have some results like this. I have this one and I have this. This is the first technique if you want to say to have graffiti in your trains. The second one, if you want to play to be Bob Ross or something like that, you will achieve a boxcar like this. This technique is kind of difficult because you need to practice, and as you can see, this is not very perfect, but well, this is one of my first boxcar with graffiti, but this is the second technique. Then if you don't have problem with the budget and you have the right connections, in my case, I have a friend here in Mexico, Mike Correa. You can search on YouTube. He has his own channel, Mike Correa. I believe he's one of the best, I like to call, artists for weathering and graffiti. And you could have something like this. This was a special request, Superman, the graffiti and some weathering. And also, he made for me this graffiti. He used it's dark handmade, well, with airbrush, and he needs. Uh, well, this is beyond the excellence. So if you have a friend like my Korea, really recommend to share this, and perhaps you will have something new. Okay, so before we talk about the process, uh, you need something important. You need inspiration. In my case, I made a video like I believe year ago, and that video give me some ideas of how to modify my train, my layout, my modern train. So I believe we have a small video ready for you. It's perhaps only 2 minutes, but this video inspired me to change my freight cars and especially my auto racks to add some graffiti and to add some other details. So if you're ready, please play the first video, the small one. Okay, so I think we are back, and the second thing that we need to check is the list of it's not product, but what do you need to make a graffiti? In this case, we are going to talk about how to make a graffiti, like I said, with a can spray. This is any brand, cheap brand. You can go to Walmart, Home Depot, whatever you want. In my case, I have the white because my graffiti, we're going to use 80% of white color. This is very important that you have a few colors because you don't have control with the can spray. So you need to have two or three colors at the top. Then something very important, you need a tape, and not any kind of tape. You need this blue tape. It's a special for masking tape, and I believe they also call painting tape because you can use this in your model, protect the model, and when you remove the tape, doesn't hurt the paint. This is very good because you use the yellow tape, or I believe there's another gray one, you will have some issues with the paint. So this is very important. You will need blue tape. What else do you need? Well, an Exacto or a hobby knife. This is an essential tool. Ruler, any kind of ruler that you have in hand. Also, well, this is a big bottle, but you don't need, you will need acrylic paints. In my case, I use gray, black, and some kind of green to have some details in the model, small brushes. What else? I have something else, but we're going to talk about a little bit later. When you finish the model, you need to add some details and you need to seal the graffiti to protect from the time. And but believe, I believe that that's all. Well, obviously, you need. In my case, I have this model. This is the project that today we're gonna see. At the end, I will show you the other side of this model. And this is a mix because I use decals, I use the can spray, and also I use shock uh, uh, with some pastel shock that's to seal the roof and add some details. So I believe that's everything that you need. You need obviously patience, you need creativity, and what I always try to say, you need the passion for the hobby because you need to make some cuts. You will see the video in a few minutes, but I believe that's all that you need. Obviously, well, if you have one of these made, I believe it's green. These are special to make some cuts because we're gonna need to make some cuts for the blue tape. That's okay. If you have it, fine. If you don't worry. So please, Marty, can you show the video number 2? Hello. Before we start the project, I would like to discuss three key points for the project. I believe these are the most important things that you need to consider before do anything. The first one, we need to use a few colors. Remember, we don't have airbrush, and we're gonna use only can spray. So my recommendation is perhaps 3 or 4 colors at the top. Second, uh, I prefer to use outer rack similar, something big. Once again, remember, the can spray, you don't have control of the paint. So if the model is bigger, the result is going to be better. And finally, but very important, we need to have a prototype picture. It is important to copy exactly what do you want for your project. The colors, the position of the letters, and all the details. These are very important. I believe these 3 points are the first step to begin the process. And where do we start? That's the second question. Okay, you have the prototype pictures and you can see the main color is white. So we're gonna use the first color is white. The first step, we need to use tape. Remember, is this blue tape, and you are gonna tape the other colors, the black and the gray. You're gonna keep only the white visible because this is gonna be the first step. For the second step, we're gonna use the blue tape, a hobby knife, and perhaps a ruler. You need to do this very careful to cut exactly in this case, the part that is in black and gray. You need to measure and carefully cut the pieces until you finally cover all the project and you have the result as you can see here in the picture. The prototype looks exactly with the tape. So perhaps you're gonna spend like 20 minutes or more depending on the model, but this is very important that you do this carefully and always to check your model versus the prototype picture. This is going to be the second step. Once we have covered all the letters, we need to protect all the model, and I mean all the model. This is very important because remember, the can spray, you don't have control, and we're gonna have we're gonna have paint everywhere. So make sure to cover left, right, top, bottom, everything around the model and only expose well, in this case, the letters that you need to paint. In my case, we're going to use white paint. This is very important for you and the model in order to keep the difference between the colors you are going to use. In this picture, you can see the result of the can spray. I use the white color, but before we continue, I will show you some videos to explain how to apply the paint into a model. Remember, this is my technique. If you have some more experience that will improve this process, is really appreciate if you comment that. But once again, this is my experience, so I will explain what exactly I did to obtain this white color. I will use this wood for the demonstration of this process. And the first thing is we need to shake very well our can. This is very important. And then we need to clean the tip of the can. Sometimes we have some paint in tip, and to do this I will use isopropylic alcohol and a cotton. This is very simple. I use the cotton and clean the tip of the can, and perhaps you can see the cotton. There's some red in the cotton. There's the paint that was stuck in the tip. And then shake again. Let me close. Okay, we shake, and it's very important. First, the first paint you need to be outside of the model like this. Then it's important to keep a distance at least 1 feet of the model and apply in small layers like this. The first one, the second, the third layer. This is very important. Try to do this in small layers. It's very important that you repeat this process as many times until you get the result that you are looking. For example, if you can see, this wood is perfectly covered. There's no bubbles. There's nothing on the wood. And if you see it a little closer, the paint is perfect. No bubbles, no bumps, nothing. And I will demonstrate what happens if you paint too close. You can see here that you will have bubbles, bumps, and sometimes uneven coloration to the model. So this is important to keep the distance. I believe this is the most important when you are using a can spray. And remember, the distance at least 1 foot. Okay, back to our model. The next step is to use the tape, the blue tape again. And this time I will use a small brush and black paint in order to cover the letters. So the can spray at this moment is over. The next step is simple brush and paint black. You will see the results in the next picture. I forgot to mention that before the black color, I apply a dual coat to all the model. This is to protect the paint because it prevents if you touch something that you shouldn't touch. It's nice to have a dual coat before to apply the next color. So I use a small brush, as I said, and I paint all the black colors, all the letters, and you can see the result in this picture. Finally, I remove my tape and I use my third color. Sorry, this is a light gray in the middle of the letters. Also, I use a small brush, and it's important to mention that between each color I use a clear coat of dual coat or something similar and let it dry for 24 hours between colors. This is important to fix the paint to the model. To complete the model, I decided to use a four color, some kind of light green, and you can see that I apply small details. Obviously, this according to my prototype picture, and this complete the process. The green color, it's only a few drops here and there, but finally this is the result that I have. And for me, well, it was a process different, it was a new experience, and I hope you like it. Okay, so the bit is over, and this is the final product. uh, you can see that I apply some other techniques. When I finished the model, I realized that the white color was too bright. So in order to have a different appearance, I use something very simple. I use my shocks, especially I use gray, and I believe that you will already have clinics about this. I use shock and my hobby knife. I use some powder, a brush, and smooth the color so to not to be so bright, to be a little dark, a little like kind of weather. And what else? Oh, the roof. I use the shock for the roof. Not too much, not too much weathering. That's really something simple that I want to have in my model. And in the other side, I have decals. I have two decals also with my graffiti. And I want to show you some mistake that I made in this model. I don't know if you can see there's some white color here. That's why it's very important to protect all the models with the tape. Remember, you don't have control of the can spray, and even I believe that I protect all my model. Well, I have these small details, but fortunately, it's on the bottom, so when it's in the layout, you can hardly notice. But well, this is the final product. Also, I don't remember in the video I talk about the coppers. I use some kind of weather powder, also the same, to have all the look that I want in my model. Remember, I always say this is our these are your models, this is your layout, and if you are happy with this, that's great. Do the things to please you, not to please someone else. And something else. Oh yeah, finally, once I apply the shock, the powder, and all the small details in the car, it's important to secure the paint and the job that you just made. And you can use, I believe that they have some dual coat or clear coat, or this is a generic brand. I got this at Office Depot, but I don't remember. But it's just also with a can spray. Apply with the same technique, not too close to the model, and this will protect the model if you move with the hands. With you have sometimes you have oil or some other material in your hands. I recommend to use this. Any brand will help you. And what else? Okay, let me see. I believe that's the most important thing about the graffitis, and also to say it again, if you're modeling modern era, you need graffitis, and this is some techniques that you can use. You can use decals, I said. You can use acrylic paint and try to be Bob Ross, and finally, you can use the can spray technique. Or once again, I like to talk about my friend Mike Correa. If you want to have some creations like this, you can search for Mike Correa. I believe he's in also in Facebook or on YouTube. The jobs are excellent. So I believe this is the most important part of the technique. These are the key points of the clinic, and I believe that they have some questions on the chat, and I'm happy to hear and to share something with you.
Okay, that was excellent. It's given me some inspiration to maybe get some graffiti done. Let's have a little look and see what we've got. We've got in chat. Hang on a tick.
Okay.
Let's go there. So if I get the right spreadsheet up. So someone was asking, do they do graffiti in Spanish or what, or Latin in Mexico?
Yeah, yeah, we have some graffiti in Spanish, but believe it or not, most of the graffiti that I've seen are in English. I don't know why, but in Mexico we have some great artists of graffiti, but what I've seen there are not. They are like a few letters that say something. I believe this one. I copy this from the person who made this. He signed with E, S, and C. I don't remember the name, but he's a Mexican graffitier. I don't know if
Yep,
that's correct.
yep.
He signed with ESC, and he's in the Mexican Facebook groups. But yes, we have some in Spanish, but most they are small letters, not the big ones like this that they have slice, or sometimes they have uh, another word like coach or something. But most of the graffitis are in English.
Oh, cool. What do we got here? There's well, it's sort of this one's more of a conversation topic, I think, rather than an actual question. And the person that asked for it says maybe we should put a poll together. But is graffiti vandalism or an art form? I
Oh,
know
that's
that's
a
quite a
great question.
controversial subject. I
Yeah.
mean, you've got people like Banksy that no one knows where he really comes from, but wherever he seems to paint something, the bricks are worth $1 million after he's painted on it. So what's your opinion of that, Eduardo?
Oh, that's a great question. I always hear that. And what I used to explain, I also model late 70s and early 80s. In Mexico, we have NDM, that stands for Nacionales de Mexico. Used to be the big company in Mexico who controlled the trains. And during that time, I believe to be most precisely, I believe was the early 90s, we have this tanker. This is a water tank can, and you can see that we have these letters here, PRI, that stand. This was the government who stayed in Mexico for 70 years, and they control Mexico a little more of 70 years. And one day I have a picture of this tanker, and I post on my Facebook, and someone say, "Oh, why did you do that? Because that car represents the evil, the bad government." Uh, and I say, "Okay, I'm a modeler. I don't judge if this is good or this is bad. I only try to represent the reality, and the reality in 80s and 90s in Mexico, we have this. We have we have PRI, and that's it. I'm not against them. I'm not in favor. I'm just copy the reality. And if we take this to the graffiti, you just saw the video. It's a small video, 2 minutes. But if you want reality, if you want to have something, you need this. Either you like it or not. Either it's vandalism or art. Many
Yep.
people say it's art, but for me, it's the reality. And that's it. My channel, uh, like I always say, is about fun, but sometimes you need to express what you are seeing. And if you go to the tracks and you go to a main jar or wherever, you will see graffiti. So I only try to replicate that.
And is your graffiti limited to just the rolling stock, or have you done graffiti onto buildings and building structures as well? Or
No, only rolling stock, because I have a small layout. I don't have a. I have a my layout's like a country, style. I have
Yep.
trees. I have a lakes. So I don't have structures to have graffiti.
Yeah.
But in the future, perhaps I will have something bigger, like a cement plant or something like that. And in Mexico, at least, there are many graffitis on the walls. And if I want to have something uh, close to the reality, I will need some graffitis.
Yes, I'm planning on doing an urban
Yeah,
layout.
something like that.
So I've been collecting graffiti decals now, I think, for probably about the last 7 or 8 years to plaster around the place because I'm doing Melbourne in the 1980s, which is an urban city. So there is a lot of graffiti, and there still is a lot of graffiti there. There's actually a Banksy there as well. So he's actually travelled to Australia, or if he
Yeah,
is
yeah,
Australian, he may even be here. We don't know. But
yeah. In Mexico City, in the north side of the city, we have like an industrial zone, and we have many trains over there. Uh, and if you go and see the different factories or warehouse that they have a lot of graffiti. They have extreme weathering, and it's I don't know if it's art or not, but that's the reality. And if you want to model that, you need the graffiti and you need some other details that are not like you see in the 50s, 60s, or transition area, that everything looks so nice, so perfect, and it's different. It's different.
yes, yes. So there's in the chat here. I noticed there's a couple of people commenting. Ken was mentioning that Split Rock would never have graffiti representing the pure up north country of Minnesota. I think he models turn of the century ore cars. So yeah, he says no one writes on the sides of ore cars. But I guess they probably would have. They would have had chalk and bits and pieces, and there would have been markings on the outside. But anyway,
Yeah.
let's have a little look what else we've got here. So Ken's asking, I would like what a layout modelled after a Mexican railroad would look like. Would they be different from the US scenes? So he's saying, so as a Mexican railroad, would the scenes be much different to what the US scenes would be?
Um, I'm not sure about their difference. I believe the main scheme in United States is UP, and UP is part of a Mexican group called Grupo México. Grupo México owns Ferromex and Ferrosur. So in a way, they are partners. I don't know if they're a fusion or something, but I know they work together. And sometimes you can see in Mexico these UP engines, and you can see sometimes Canadian Pacific, Canadian National, and sometimes I believe, especially in the border, I don't know if it's Texas or other states, Ferromex engines go to the United States, and I believe every time we share more and more the same train, the same structures, and I believe that we have this in common. And I also heard that they have a big plan to connect Canada, United States, and Mexico. So it's gonna be sometimes normal to have a well, Canadian Pacific, you will see here in Mexico, and also with Canadian Pacific with Kansas. So there are many things happening between our countries. So I believe in the future you will see Mexican engines over there, and you will see Canadian or American engines here in Mexico, and it's kind of mixed.
Okay, yeah. Let's have a little look back here in the chat. Heath from Human City Junction. G'day, Heath. Yeah, I'm in the studio this time, so you've got that right.
Yeah.
He says, I like good graffiti, but I dislike tagging. So what's say the proportion with in Mexico with graffiti compared to just tagging, just where they just put their name somewhere? Is there more artwork, or is there more the tagging side of it?
No, from what I've seen, I believe it's more graffiti. Taggy, I'm not sure about the exact relation in Mexico, but uh, I've been in Veracruz and Puebla and many different states in Mexico that we have trained, and the most that I've seen is graffiti. Perhaps 80% or 90% is graffiti, and it's a mix of Mexican graffiti or in English graffiti. But I believe graffiti is uh, the more that you see here in Mexico also.
Okay, Ken was mentioning that he uses decals for graffiti and he's not done any freehand. So hopefully this has given him some inspiration to give it a go and give it a bash, as they say down here. Let's have a little look back here if we got any more.
I was looking something. Oh, well, a recommendation or perhaps a tip if you are doing graffiti by hand. I get this in, I believe it was Amazon. This is a small package of fine brush, like 10/0, 20 slash. They are very, very small, and it's only $5 or $10. I strongly recommend that you search for this. This will help you to the small details because the other brush that I have are bigger. And if you want to make some details and you want to practice, this is a good investment. I believe it's in Amazon. I don't know, $5 or $10. They are really cheap, but you need to
Okay,
invest in this.
okay, excellent. Let's have a little look. What else we got here? Scroll. I've got to scroll back through the chat because I don't know. Suddenly my Google sheet here, where the questions usually pop up, has stopped working. So I think the other guys must be having breakfast or something now, and they've abandoned me. So just bear with me while I have a look through the chat. There's quite a few comments here. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go to the bottom. Okay. Okay, so Ken was asking what the difference between tagging and graffiti is. Well, I guess graffiti is more the artwork um,
Yeah.
that's put up there, and tagging is gangs and the likes putting their marks on things. To say it's their property or their turf or the likes. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's a difference between the term tagging and graffiti, I think.
Yeah, but that's correct. Graffiti is more like uh, painting, more artistical, if you want to say. Then
Yes.
tagging is like a gang style.
And he's asking, what is the question? What is the state of model railroading hobby in Mexico? I do not see a lot of Ferromax models on the market. So can you
Oh,
give us a
because
bit of update?
yeah, because we are waiting for them because Scale Train just announced that we're gonna have two models of Ferromex engines, the zero scheme and the traditional scheme. But the COVID and the war and everything that's going on the world delay the launch of these models. I already have a pre-order two, and I believe they will deliver late September. I think so. Also, Atron, they have a lot of Ferromex. They launched some, I believe, it was ready to roll GP. I don't know. I don't remember it's GP 40 or GP 35 in Ferromex schemes. One is in the blue, and the other was gray. Obviously, we don't have as many you have in the United States, but Scale Trends and Atron, they have many schemes of Ferromex, and we are expecting more for late this year.
Uh, Okay, some Dan's model railroading journey. New York City should have lots of inspiration for artistic graffiti. Yes, I think some of those urban scenes, especially New York,
Yeah.
would have some. And Heath saying, I kind of missed the days of graffiti on the New York City subway cars. So let's have a little look if we've got anything else back here. Okay, no, Heath's, yeah, no, they're just having a conversation amongst themselves. Okay. So many thanks, Eduardo. It's that was a good clinic. I'll just check over on Facebook if there was any questions over there.
Yeah, I would like to say something more. The clinic
Yep.
was really fast because this is not a really clinic. It's like a summary
Yes.
because I don't remember if I said on my video, but every step that you made on your graffiti, you need to wait at least 24 hours to let it dry. So I first used the white color, I let it dry 24 hours. Then I come back and remove everything and put another color and wait another 24 hours. And at the end, I invest like 4 or 5 days. This is a delicate process if you want to do the right way. If you want to do
Yes.
too fast, you will have a messy result because the picture, the paint will mix, and you will not have the result that you expect. So the clinic or the video was really fast, but you need to dedicate at least 3 or 4 days. And finally, let's say the if you use dual coat or something clear to seal the paint, you need to wait 24 hours. So that's really important. And if you're gonna practice, try to spend 2 or 3 days with the graffiti or whatever you want to do.
Okay. With I notice the tape you're using when you do all your masking. Is there any specific brand that you'd recommend to use, and any brands maybe more to the point to stay away from? Because I notice whenever I've tried to do some masking and that, unless I've used a good quality tape, you end up with paint just dribbling underneath the
Yeah,
tape, and it looks absolutely horrible.
you need to have you need to pay attention in two things. First, you need to use blue tape. This is very important. And about the brand, in I believe that we have here in Mexico and also in the United States and Canada and somewhere else. The brand, perhaps you can see, but it's Tuck, TUK. That's the name, Tuck. And also, you can go to to the paint shop and ask for painter masking tape. That's the most important because, like I said, when you use the blue one, you can cover all the model, and when you remove it, you don't damage the paint. If you use the yellow tape or use the gray tape, the adhesive is really strong, and when you remove the tape, you will have some damage on the on the paint. So that's my only recommendation. Make sure that is the blue tape, and in my case, the brand is Tuck, TUK. That's it.
Okay, so good quality painter's tape.
Yeah.
Um, okay, let's have a little look here and if anybody else has popped any questions in there. Boom, boom, boom. He's saying it's his opinion that graffiti is art and tagging is vandalism,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
about right, I think.
Yeah. It's a controversial. Yeah. I have some videos of brand new Outrax, Ferromex Outrax, and they look amazing. But I took the pictures, I took the video, and I say, okay, you will only see like this a week, perhaps a month, and that's it. Then the artist will cover with all the expression. But that's what we have here, not in Mexico. We have that in the United States, Canada, everywhere. That's the reality. So you need to learn to live with that.
Not a problem. Well, let's just have a quick look over at the Facebook, and nothing really's popped up there. There must be a few Australians that are just waking up there over
Yeah.
because there's a
Yeah.
couple that popped in, and Pat says to say g'day from Australia, and Craig up here in Queensland, he's made a comment that it certainly was inspirational. And I know Craig does a kind of semi-urban scene, so he's got graffiti and bits and pieces. So yeah, that'll prompt some conversation. But
Yeah.
I'll Ryan, wind it up here now, I think. And Eduardo, thank you very much for coming all the way to Australia to do a clinic on
It's my
graffiti.
pleasure.
And I think unless Brad's got any questions hidden in the background, we'll end it there. Thank you very much, Eduardo, and we'll speak with you soon.
Thank you very much. See you. Adiós. Hasta luego a todos los que nos vieron.
Okay, so welcome back. We've been down to Mexico, visited Eduardo, looked at some graffiti. I believe he's over in the chat there. And we're here with our next presenter. So, Ethan Bernstein is a rising sophomore at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. He's had an interest. No one has an interest. It's my wife always says this hobby is an addiction. It's not an interest. So he's had the same obsession or interest as all of us with trains as long as he can remember, modeling N scale and L gauge, Lego. There's a few guys up here who are right into Lego. So I'd like to hand over to Ethan. Welcome, Ethan Bernstein from Maryland, USA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It's really awesome to be part of this really great program NMRA set up. I've watched a few of these clinics, and now I'm very excited to give one of my own. So tonight we're going to be talking about 3D printing and model railroading applications. So it's going to be a little bit of background about 3D printing and CAD and some of the basics of getting it up and running. And then I have a kind of slideshow demo of what it's like to actually print something for model train use. So let's get started. So just some basics of 3D printing. If you've heard the word, what is all this 3D printing craziness, but maybe not quite familiar with what actually happens in this process where you get from some sketch online to a little model. So essentially, the 3D printing process itself involves the basics is it's just ultrafine layers of molten material, and that material can vary depending on the printer and printing type. So the most common type of printing currently for common household use or hobbying interests and also academic interests is fused deposition modeling, or FDM as it's commonly abbreviated. And so this uses the classic example of a 3D printer that you might picture in your mind, where there's this little head that moves around like a robot and extrudes material. And it does that, it's all in a single dimension. It's just putting things down in layers, according to what we'll talk about later, a slicer software, which comes from CAD. So we'll get to all that in a little bit. But for now, just know that fused deposition modeling is where you have this little printer head that's moving around, creating the shapes and building it up in layers, like you see on the first two examples. And actually, the first one, the Flash Forge, in the upper left there, that's actually the printer I have. Then next to that is what is a dual extruder printer. So the printer that I'm using, it has a single head, can only print one material, one color or one material at a time, and it just builds up in layers. Now, a printer like the one on the right, top right, can actually print either two things simultaneously, or in some cases, I don't think that printer in particular, but some of them, well, actually, yes, that one can, but they can print two different colors at once or two different types of filament at once, and depending on what it is you're printing. So there's lots of versatile options with FDM. And then you can go even further, as I just said, with different materials. So, the most common one is PLA. It's very safe. It's biocompatible. No fumes, no smell. Similar is true for ABS. And then there's, the list goes on. And there's even some printers that print metal. There's wood filaments you can get for a lot of printers now. But most just use a PLA base or ABS base, and then there's just some other coating of material around it. But there's all sorts of stuff you can do in terms of heating the material in a different way to produce a different coloring. You can get into the minutia very fast. But so basic fused deposition modeling, little printer head, little extruder that moves around, builds up material on a print bed, and it builds up vertically. And you can either have single or the dual extruder. Then the other common one, and this is much more common now in model railroading due to its even finer level of detail, is resin printing. And there's two main ones present in the modeling community, and that's the stereolithography, SLA, and digital light processing, DLP. Now, externally, these printers will look identical, except maybe the DLP printer might be a little taller, might be a little bit boxier, and will most definitely be a lot more expensive in most cases. So with stereolithography printing, the most common type of resin printing, you have a little laser that goes around, and then through the use of often several mirrors and different reflectors, cures layers by moving around, kind of like that extruder does, but angling the laser with mirrors to cure what's inside the resin printer, resin, which is at room temperature in a liquid form, whereas for something like FDM, the PLA or whatever filament using is already a solid, then being melted, then being cooled back into a solid. With resin, it starts out as a liquid and then has to be solidified into a solid. And so the first step in that, the initial printing, is it's using this laser as like a UV cure light. And so it just shines the light onto the print platform, which can be either coming actually the reverse of FDM, where it prints from the bottom and raises up out of the what's called the vat. That's what contains the resin, or it can sometimes be the reverse, but that's rare. And not as many printers do that, although there are quite a few hobby examples actually that do print that way too. But essentially, SLA is like FDM with a single extruder. You can kind of think of it like that. It's just, there's a few more steps to it that we'll get into. And then with a digital light processing printer, instead of having this one little laser being pointed around and curing things, you have an actual screen, or often called a projector. I mean, so is the laser. It's called a projector. But this projector, you can think of more like a screen, like an iPad screen, with very, very, very high resolution. So instead of having the resolution of that laser pointer, whatever that might be, you then have the resolution of a pixel size on that screen. And so the advantage to DLP is it's just a lot faster, because instead of having to go around with this little laser and cure each individual section of the print, right, for each layer of the print, you instead have the entire image of that layer. So it just cures it. It can cure instantly. So you can imagine it's like if you replace the pixels with, thousands of lasers shining at once, that cures the entire area. So it's a bit of a faster printing method. Now, it's not necessarily more precise. So now into the precision of the different printers. With FDM, you're usually around I think the most precise that you can get for a reasonable commercial price is 0.05 millimeter resolution. But even that, it's usually the tolerance of most printers is 0.1, 0.2 millimeters. And so, I'm routinely printing an FDM with 0.1 millimeter layering height. But then that has, a potential tolerance that's actually plus or minus 2 millimeters. But that's still quite fine, as you'll see in pictures later. Then with resin printing, you get down to micron. So orders of magnitude difference, right, between millimeter and micron. And so with a lot of resin printers, you get down to, depends on the quality, but you can do, 500 micron, 100 micron. I'm working with one at work that's 50 micron, right? So it gets down very, very tiny, even 10 micron now, but that's for other applications. Your commercial printer won't be quite that sophisticated, depending on how much you want to spend, obviously. In general, FDM printers are much cheaper than resin printers, though that is changing dramatically because of the demand and hobbying for resin printers. They can be downsized to much smaller build plate, which for something like N scale or Z scale, or even smaller detail parts in the larger scales, resin printing can be very advantageous because of how precise it is. Now, in general, in terms of the material differences, PLA, ABS, all of the FDM printed materials are in general very, very strong, very durable materials. Whereas the resin is often very brittle and can be very fragile. And then there are some variances in that. But so with the advantage with resin is you get much, much, much higher precision. So you won't see like all those layering lines. They won't be nearly as noticeable as with FDM, which I'll point out later. But then you are more limited in your material, right? You only have certain types of resin. Whereas with FDM, there actually are quite a range of materials with different properties to experiment with. So here's just a few examples of some models that I've printed. I've printed thousands of things, but here's just a few examples. So I use an FDM printer, like the one on the last slide in the upper left. So if we look at the top left picture here, those are prints that came straight off the printer without any supporting material, which I'll show later. But that's essentially where you have, if something overhangs, you have to imagine that what you're printing, you slice it up into lots of vertical layers. And then if there's anything in a single layer that's wider than the layer before, that's an overhang, right? There's nothing below supporting it. And that's when you need what's called supports, which is just extra material that builds up and is meant to be removed after the print. So having fewer supports is much, much, much nicer because it's a lot less cleanup after the print. So, and then having no supports, that's ideal. So in the upper left corner, those are prints that I just printed out of the printer. They came off, and not only did they not require any supports, but they also have rolling wheels. The front loader has a lifting bucket, the dump truck dumps, articulates, and the backhoe has working arm with 3 points, 4 points of articulation plus a turning point, right? So these get very, very sophisticated. And I actually got all of those designs for free online, which we'll go over in a minute too. Actually, all of these designs, minus the signal bridge, I got online. So then we go to the middle upper image, and that's a tractor. It's got rolling wheels. Now that I printed in several different parts and then built up and painted. But I'm turning that into a train load, and this is all an N scale, so very tiny. And then if we look, here's a good comparison of resin versus FDM in the upper right. You see 2 Tesla Model S's. So these are just commercial files I found online for free. But then I printed one on my home printer at 0.1 millimeter layering height. That's the one on the left in the image, the black painted one. Then the one on the right is a resin printed one that's printed at 50 micron layering height with a resin printer, actually a DLP printer. And so you can see, and I haven't painted the one on the right to actually really show the differences, but the layering is much less noticeable on the one on the right. And they're both printed the exact same way on the printer. So the layers were added in the same way, which is just building up. They're just placed straight on the build platform, and they just built up with supports on the bottom. Then, the middle left image is just a picture of my workbench right now, just to show that, you can print things all the time very fast. So then another one of the advantages to resin printing over FDM printing is with resin printing, your print time with a DLP printer specifically does not change depending on the number of things on the build platform, so long as all those things are the same height. So in the case of printing, 100 cars, if all those cars are the same type of cars with the same amount of supporting material, it'll take the same amount of time to print with a DLP resin printer as one of those cars on that resin printer. So that's one of the major advantages, is just that print time is just increased. Now, if we compare that to an FDM printer, if we look at like the heights of these cars, right? So all those clear cars in the foreground there, plus the one that's in the process of being painted, those are all resin printed. Whereas the 3 trucks in the background, those were printed on my FDM printer. So for the trucks, it took, maybe about 2-hour print time for each individual truck. Whereas for the cars, it took a 2-hour print time for as many as I could possibly fit on the print bed. Now, if I were to try and print a truck on that print bed, it would probably take about 4 hours. So resin printing in general is just slower because of the requirement to UV cure in between each layer, right? You're trying to turn this from a liquid into a solid. But then with the FDM printing, it's instant cure. So there's much less of a pause after each layer. There is no pause, essentially. Then we go to the bottom left, and those are a whole bunch of hopper cars I've printed. I'm at 25 currently, so building up a nice unit train. And if you even consider the price of each of those cars to be $5, whereas the price of an entire 5-kilogram roll of filament is $25. I've way more than paid for that roll of filament, even though I haven't even used, 1/10 of it to print out 25 hopper cars. So, the initial payment for the printer might be a lot, but you do get your money's worth for sure if you use it. And as hobbyists, we use whatever we have access to. So then in the middle is some auto rack ramps that I printed from my facility, plus some printed cars. And then, of course, the last image in the bottom right is a signal bridge that I built with working lights and everything in N scale, plus some signal shed, the signal cabinet, and two maintenance of way trucks, high rail trucks. So there's tons of things that can be printed, and this is just a small example of things. And these are all N scale again, right? So very tiny, and they look pretty good, I would say. So on to some other ways you can get access to 3D printing. Just briefly touch on this. If you don't want to invest in a printer, you could always contract out some 3D printing to many of the different available companies, the most notable ones being the ones on the slide. The only trick with this is they're charging you a lot for that 3D print. Once you own a 3D printer, you realize how cheap it actually is to print something. And so, paying $25 for a single vehicle on Shapeways is not, especially if you're going to buy lots of vehicles from them. You should just invest in a printer. You will save a lot of money that way, because you add on shipping, tax, all that. You're already going to be over the cost of a spool of filament for FDM, or maybe a quarter of the price of a bottle of resin by the time you order one vehicle. So just something to consider. But if you just have like a CAD design that you made and you just want it printed once and at a very high quality that maybe you don't have at home, Shapeways or one of these other companies is a great option. So now we get into, a few more things actually before I go on. We'll go back to resin printing real quick. One of the other differences, one of the biggest differences between resin and FDM printing is the amount of cure time required between the two. So FDM printing, I'll go back to that slide. After it prints, just like the image you see on the upper right, you have this it's a vase in this example, just Google image. But once that's done printing, you can just pull it off the print bed, it's done. Whereas with a resin print, if you're going to print that same thing on a resin printer, it prints in probably 3 to 4 times the time. Then you pull it off the printer. Now it's much more detailed. You pull it off the printer, but then you spend about 3 to 5 hours, depending on what it is, curing it. So when it comes off the print bed, it actually is not fully cured. It is just taken a somewhat solidified form, but it's closer almost to like a gelatin than it is, or a hydrogel than it is to a solid material. So the next step would be to put it in an alcohol wash of some sort, wash it around to get off any debris or contaminants from the model. And then sometimes the step I like to do is sonicate it after that. We're just like the machines you buy for cleaning your jewelry, right? So those where they vibrate and create bubbles through whatever it is in there, right? Oftentimes jewelry, but it's now very common for 3D prints too. And that just helps remove any other debris from the surface. Now you have to be careful with that step not to over sonicate, because then you risk with something as brittle as resin damaging it. You're cracking it. But then after that step, then it's often a UV cure and heat, and depends on if you want to do those together or independently. We can get into the minutia of that if you want later, but those are. But the basic is that the resin printing requires a much longer cure process. So the print isn't just done after it comes off the print platform. You have to do some extra steps. But when it's done, when it is finally cured, it is a very, very, very nice model typically. And then the other final difference is with FDM, you can get away with no supports and pull off a print that's, you just pull it off the print bed, it's done. You can paint it, you can put it on the layout, whatever. But with a resin print, oftentimes, and it's typically best practice to have supports. Now, the supports are typically, you can make them very easy to remove, but they are still a bit of a nuisance and they kind of tend to get everywhere. All right, so on to how you find a file for to 3D print. So the 3D printer files are called STL files. You can also typically use object files, .obj, and those are, so essentially an STL file or an object file, those are compatible with a 3D printer slicer, which is the intermediate between, an online file, right, or a CAD file to being something that's actually going to be printed by the printer. So you don't have to make your own things to start out. I started with my printer the first year and a half and still 2 years, still going on 3, printing things from all sorts of online websites that I find, because people have already made so many things that you might want to print. That's the beauty of the 3D printing marketplace right now. And a lot of those files are free. The best of those sites, I would say, is Thingiverse. There are millions of files, including for model trains, available just for free. You can download them. In some cases, they sell versions of a certain file, depending on the type of printer you have. Then there's many, many other sites which have STL files either for free or for purchase, where you can obtain files to print. So then if you want to make something yourself, design something on your own that doesn't exist or is different from what's on the marketplace, and no one else has designed it, or you just want to do it for fun, there's something called computer-aided design, or CAD. And that is where these files originate. They are drawn up in some CAD program, whether that's SolidWorks, Fusion 360, SketchUp. I'm sure many of you have heard these names before. These are the common ones for CAD design. There's many, many more. They usually have to pay for these this type of software, unless you're an educational or your company can pay for it. But they're very powerful tools and allow you to construct an entire 3D model that you can then print. So on the case on this slide, I have a strong interest in Transformers, and I wanted to do my own version of Optimus Prime, if you're familiar. And so in the bottom image, that's the CAD file that I've made for them. And the beauty with CAD and 3D printing is, in most cases, you actually only have to make half of the thing that you're building. But that's into the details of CAD, that's its own separate presentation. But the gist is that you can design your own thing and print it. That's a pretty neat ability with CAD. So now we get into the intermediate between the CAD file, right? You've drawn up this thing. Like, let's take this hopper car, for example, which was on this slide. It's a file from Thingiverse that I got that someone else made, and it's available for free download for anyone to use. So I've downloaded this file, I open it, and I've already installed this slicer software on my computer. Kind of comes with the printer. It's the required intermediate, or you could use a third-party slicer. But so the job of the printer slicer is to convert this CAD file, this thing you've built on your computer, into something that's actually printable. And all that really means is doing is slicing. Literally, it is cutting off the model into lots of vertical layers to make it into, the printer can only read really actually one dimension at a time. And so it's just building up this height dimension. It's always going to print in the Z-axis, whether you're using an FDM printer where it's building up, or you're using a resin printer where it could be doing either. It's going to slice the model in the same way. Slicer softwares are actually universal across the two types of printers in the general sense. Now, the different companies' slicers may not be compatible with different printers due to the actual file type that is then exported from the slicer. But again, another minutia. Just there's this software that you need in between your CAD file to the printer that then converts this file into something that the printer can actually digest. And so the other role of the slicer is for you to, you can manipulate it, you can print it however you want, orient it so that it optimizes the print, and then you add what's called supports, which we'll see in a little bit. And so this is where you just get it ready for printing, and then from here you can send it to the printer and off it prints, or you can save it. And depending on how your printer works, it can either be a USB or over Wi-Fi, which is my preferred method. And so that's what my printer has. But then, so almost every printer that you buy comes with its own slicer online that you can download from that company's website. And then but then there are also other alternatives, because all these slices are different. Every single one has a different array of features. They're all constantly being updated, but each one is different. And there's the reason a third-party slicer exists is because you can become much more precise and fine-tune both the print quality itself and your printer. And so here's some listed on the screen are some examples of those third-party slicers that are very common. And the list goes on and on and on. There are hundreds of these slicers. So now we're going to get into the specifics of making this train car. It's a quick slideshow demo, just for the fun of it, and to demonstrate what it is like to print something, in this case with FDM. The process with resin would be similar. It's just there's a longer cure time. I could say for a separate presentation. But now this is FDM printing something at N scale, but it's universal across any scale. So step one, you need to obtain that file, whether that be your CAD file, which from your CAD program, you can just download the file and export it as an STL or object file. And then from there, open it in your slicer, as long as your slicer can accept those files. Sometimes it does actually vary what file slicers can accept, as 3D printing is still fairly new and there isn't as much standardization yet in that realm. So step 1, obtain this STL file. So, I searched Thingiverse, N-scale train car, and up comes this 55-ton hopper car. I'm like, oh, I like to model the 40s. I'll build a unit train. And so I found this file, and then there's tons of different options for different detail levels that this person has created, which is very nice. I chose like the mid-range detail level, just so it prints faster, but then also still looks good. That's the balance. So I download this file to my computer. Then step 2, I upload the file. And then depending on how many different 3D things you have on your computer, but you can set the default. If you just click on the downloaded STL file, it actually will automatically open in your slicer typically, as long as you have it set to open first in the slicer. So you open up the slicer, import this file you've downloaded, or just open it depending on how your computer is configured. And then you get into the slicing process. So you can add supports if you so desire, and or if the model requires them. In this case, this model is actually built such that it does not require supports. The overhangs are at an angle, so it is stepping, right? Remember, cut this into layers, right? So those inner hopper bays are built at angles. They're not straight flat, which is accurate. And so if they're straight flat, then we would probably want supports because we'd see some bowing. But since they're at an angle, it's actually just stepping up each layer. And so they're not, there's very little bowing that happens. There's a little bit that happens, but nothing that actually compromises the integrity of the model. And then you could support like the stirrups or the end details if you wish, but that's also not required given how small it is in N scale. The printer is more than capable of dealing with those overhangs. So in the slicer, there's all sorts of different options in controlling those supports, right? You can control at what point does it add supports. So here 70 degrees is the overhang threshold, and that's when it decides to add supports. Whereas if you change that to 80 degrees, then there is no supports required. I often set mine to 85 degrees, which is the maximum, and everything turns out pretty good without supports. Then you can change, the post diameter of those supports. You make it a different width. You can change the base diameter, the base height. You can specify the printer to only have supports on the platform, which depending on your slicer can be a little bit finicky. But, and then also depending on your slicer, there can be tons and tons and tons more options here. And then there's also 2 different types of supports. Typically, you have tree supports and linear supports, at least in FDM. There are more versions in resin printing. But tree supports are the most common because they're the easiest to remove. Linear supports are a bit of annoying, and they were kind of the first development in supports. So they're still around, but I would recommend tree supports, definitely. They are much better for preserving details on models. So once you've added those supports, now you get into even more details, but it really is not that bad. And this is the advanced settings in the slicer settings. So don't be overwhelmed by what you see. But so in the first, right, there's all these tabs when you hit the slice button. We go back here. There it is. So in this image, if you look in the upper right corner, there's the little thing that looks like a little printer with squigglies coming out of it. That's the print button. But then on the upper left side, there's the button that says start slicing. And so that's the button I clicked after I had, sorted out that I don't want supports on this model. So I clicked on that button for start slicing. And then there's all these tabs on the left of the screen that comes up on this pop-up window. And so a lot of these are just the presets of the printer. In your slicer, you can choose what type of printer you're using. Typically, if the printer's slicer software from that same company, then there will be automatically ask you for which type of printer you are using. And that pre-fills in a lot of the controls in this setting and in this screen. But then there are things that you can change, which I typically change frequently. And those would be extruder temperature and platform temperature. Those are based on the type of filament you're using, as even though everything might be PLA, everything's a little bit different. If it's a different color, if it's from a different manufacturer, even within the same manufacturer, there's just slight variances in different materials, given the composition of PLA is not very precise. So, there's little things you can do to optimize the print, make it so that it turns out the way you want. It doesn't have what you might often see are like spider webs called stringiness, or other impurities or imperfections in the printing process. So that's the printer tab. And then, so depending on your type of printer, there might be more options. Like if you have 2 extruders and you're trying to, you can choose either one or both to use, or if you're printing 2 things simultaneously, there can be more options there. But then we go over to general, and this is probably the most important tab, as this is where you choose the layering height of your print, at least in my slicer. And this is typically true in most slicers. Sometimes, the wording's just different. And so in this case, for this print, it's, not crazy highly detailed. So I'm actually using a fairly high layering height of 0.18 millimeters, given that my printer can technically go down to 0.07 millimeters. And then there's other stuff that I don't change. I didn't even change the layering height for this one. Then we go to the bottom left screen here, and you see we clicked on the raft tab. Then the raft is this, it's like a picture of a raft, or just like a blob of material that prints first before you print. That's only if you're really having you're having a lot of difficulty with the print sticking to the printer, which is yet another detail that we could get into in a separate topic. But in most cases, this is not something that you actually want in your print, because it's very difficult to remove if you're not using supports. But then the one thing that I would highly recommend for most prints, especially small ones, is the use of a brim, which in this case on my slicer is under the additions tab. And you can see that in the bottom right window here. And then the additions tab, you scroll all the way down, you see brim. There's these other settings which you can change for like the actual thickness of the sides of the model and stuff that you can, change around if you so desire. But then brim, I wanted to enable a brim for this model, and I wanted a 5 millimeter margin. That's just how thick this brim will be, and I'll show you what that looks like. Here we have the slice, which is, after I've completed the slice, I hit OK. It slices. I can click on the tab that says Slice Preview, which was in a previous screen. It's just on the top window next to the Start Slicing. You can see there's now a Close Preview where that used to be. And so what it looks like is on the left screen here is after it's sliced, this is the Slice Preview. And so on the bottom, you see the layers and steps. And so you can go through those, and the layers just shows you every single layer that the printer will put down. And the steps shows you the actual sequence of things the printer is following. So they're very similar in what they're displaying. And it is kind of neat to scroll through. It's more, and this, it's to help you see if there's any other bridges that you need to support, or any other things in your model that might require extra attention before you actually send it to the printer. But it is kind of just fun to scroll through, honestly, too. It's also, if you have something that's a thicker model, there's something else you can alter called an infill. And infill is what it does on the inside of the model. So in FDM, you can print things that are completely solid, filled in chunks of PLA or ABS. But in most cases, and the printer's default, is it actually makes them hollow, or mostly hollow. And so infill is typically between 5 to 15%. And so it can be various different settings of patterns. I should have put a picture in here, but you could look it up online. There's hexagon, gyroid, which also sometimes called 3D infill, and then there's also linear, triangular. It's just a different kind of shape it builds up inside of the model. So think of, you're printing a square. That square is actually hollow, so it has 4 walls, but then on the inside, it's building up something to support, the top walls, and also give the sides some rigidity. In this case, for the hopper car, there isn't much of material inside, so I have the infill set, I think, to 5% on this one, very low. So it's just, I don't really care what the infill is in this case, since the sidewalls are solid anyways, because they're so thin. So yep, left screen is what it looks like once it's sliced. And then on the right, I actually just press that little extruder button on the top right of the screen. And I have my printer connected via Wi-Fi, and I have just send it to the printer. I hit OK, and it starts printing. And there it is, printing on the print bed. So with adhesion, with 3D printing, there's a lot of tape on my print bed, and that's just because I'm lazy and I have new print beds to exchange, but I haven't. And this one's I've worn off, scraping things off of the print bed, which is a separate feature of FDM and resin printing, where you have there's a tricky balance between making sure your print is solidly secured to the print bed while it's printing, and also not permanently secured to the print bed, both of which I have had difficulties with. Well, I've experimented with, let's say. and that's just, you know, a lesson that you learn in the process. But so the tape and glue are very simple solutions to ensuring your prints stick but still come off on your print bed. So here it is, printing on my printer. My printer also has a built-in camera, so if I so chose, if I'm printing, you know, either from a different room, I'm doing work, but you know, I still don't be connected on my own home Wi-Fi. I can connect to that camera and see what's happening with the print if I just don't feel like getting up and looking at the print in the basement. And then, you know, there's other features you control on the printer depending on what you have, right? Mine has a light on it, so I can also turn light on and off, depending. That's usually, you know, for the camera setting, just to help with visibility. And then the printer that I own is fairly cheap. I think I got it for around $350 a few years ago. So pretty affordable, especially in the scheme of how many things I've printed. It more than makes up for itself in price. Has paid for itself many, many, many times over. I've printed, you know, everything from, as I said, unit trains just this past week to bridges and what else is back here? Cars, trucks, other train cars, and then, you know, of course, other random side projects that I like to undertake. And then so it prints. In case it's FDM, I just remove it from the printer, attach some trucks and couplers, and it's all set. I added a brake wheel to these too, and have my train. So it's pretty straightforward. For FDM with resin, after you pull it off the print bed, then you just cure it and you do the exact same stuff. Now you have to be a little more careful with it, but overall, it's a fairly similar process, especially in the preparation steps before printing. It's identical. And yeah, that is the basics of getting something 3D printed for model trains. Now, there is a lot packed in there, of course. 3D printing is definitely a hard topic to cram in fully in a full explanation in a shorter period of time, but I was hoping to just give a general overview to make it seem a little less daunting, as those are all the pages you would see if you're doing what I do, you know, like I did today, just printing things. But yeah, 3D printing is exceptionally versatile. There's so much you can do with it, so many different ways you can implement it in model railroading. You can use it for you know, printing anything from, like I said, train cars, buildings, structures, vehicles, to making your own engines for you know, a certificate or a new train car for entering in a competition. There's lots you can do with it, and truly, it's just a lot of fun. It's another outlet in the hobby that, you know, exposes you to, well, it lets you unleash your creativity in a different way. And you know, scratch building is definitely fun, and I still love to do it. As same with kit building, but being able to design something completely different and just have it come off the print bed ready to go is pretty awesome. Especially given that, you know, that might take, including the CAD design, a day, versus, you know, scratch building it, that might take a few weeks. So there's a lot of advantages to 3D printing. I hope this gave you a better look at what it's like to 3D print, and maybe, if for those of you unfamiliar with the topic, gave you some more background and made it maybe seem a little less daunting. Something that's more approachable. And with that, I'll open it up to questions. And of course, feel free to reach out with my email on screen. I would love to communicate more about any questions you have, whether it be, you know, 3D printing related or just train related. Love to communicate.
Not a problem. That was excellent, Ethan. We've got a breakout room afterwards, so you can maybe drop in there in the break and answer some more questions. But I see Brad's pasted a few from Facebook and YouTube up here, so we'll start going through some of these questions. And the first one comes in: what slicer do you use for resin printers? And have you had any experience with different slicer applications?
Very good question. So for slicers, for resin printers, it's very similar to, in many cases, to FDM printers, where a lot of the commercial resin printers have that. Those companies make slicers for their printers. So I've had experience with 5 different types of slicers. Almost all of those, except for one, being the Lychee slicer, were all for those printers, right? So for my home printer, which is an FDM printer, I'm using Fusion, or I'm using FlashForge is slicer. Then, I've used MakerBot printers, so I've used MakerBot slicers. Prusa printers, use the Prusa slicer. But then for the resin printer that I have access to, that one there's a special slicer for that one by that printer's brand, which is much better in most cases than third-party slicers. But I've had experience with Lychee Slicer, which is a third-party slicer. And I mean, they're just different ways of approaching the same thing. I honestly would say so long as that resin printer company has their own slicer, use that, because that will be much more precise than in most cases. Like, it'll be a much easier start to printing, because that slicer is already designed to be compatible with that printer, and you can upload the required settings from your printer, right? That's just automatically can be loaded into that slicer. So third-party slicers, I would say, are kind of like the next step if you wanted to just find something different or fine-tune those settings a little more. So third-party slicers typically allow you to control like even smaller details than what is typical with a lot of the printer slicers. So for example, with an FDM printer, you could control, maybe the actual speed and the amount the printer moves the amount the extruder head moves at each layer. Those are also things I can control in my printer slicer. But so same thing's true with resin. You could change the cure time or the amount the print bed moves. Or there's just other details sometimes that you can have access to in a third-party slicer that you might not otherwise have in the printer slicer. But I would say if you only have, if you're just getting this one type of printer, use that printer slicer. It's much easier and much more straightforward to start out. But then third-party slicers, there's definitely uses for them, but I would not make that the only slicer.
Don't do that big jump first. Get used to it. Get used to the one that comes with the machine. With regards to the CAD software, and like someone's asked a question, have you ever used FreeCAD?
I have not personally used FreeCAD. I honestly have not actually seen it either. Just I've used Onshape, Fusion 360, and Autodesk are the CAD tools that I've used. Those are all paid for tools. I get them from education. I have access to them. But they honestly are not that expensive and are well worth the money. So I'm sorry I don't have any recommendations there.
Not a problem. Next question is asking for a recommendation as well, so we'll see how we go. But where do you recommend that I go to learn CAD? Does Google offer any good sites, or is there any gems on the interweb that you can point people to self-teach, to teach themselves how to operate these software packages?
Very good question, and very common question, of course. CAD definitely seems daunting in the beginning, that's for sure. But there's honestly, it's just the thinking about it that's the hardest part. Once you actually start doing it, it's not that bad. So of course, YouTube. If there's what I'd first recommend is you find the CAD software that you want to get. Whether that be, it's typically pretty easy to narrow down once you know your machine, right? If you have iOS or Windows operating system. Then from there, you narrow down to, either you look at prices, or if there's one that you already have, or, you get a recommendation for someone, or you just, look online, just search for different reviews on something like YouTube or Google to help you narrow down your CAD software. But I'd say for the most part, there's just a few that are dominant, and just get one. And then all of the CAD tools have their own video tutorials in them for how to use each of the individual tools. Because if you just devote to doing all the research beforehand, you'll learn very quickly that CAD tools are very similar, but they're not the same. So there's all the same tools in all the CAD tools, but they might not necessarily have the same names, and they're never in the same place. So it's definitely worthwhile to get a CAD tool, so that way you can then both learn from the resources that CAD has available, right? There's usually plentiful, every single button that's available in Fusion when you're designing. There is a tutorial for it, and if you just leave your mouse on it, it gives you a short description of it. So like for me, I just jumped in with Onshape, and I watched like maybe 2 tutorials, and then you just kind of experiment and learn as you go. It's kind of part of the fun of it once you get it. But then you can also, once you have a CAD tool and you go on YouTube and watch people make things, then you can kind of follow along with it too. So I would recommend getting a CAD tool, just doing the research to find which one you want, and then just working within that tool. That's the best exposure. Just like, when you're scratch building, you might watch a few videos or two, but the best way you learn is using the materials you have and just diving into a project.
Yes, I must admit I purchased a 3D printer many moons ago, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, one of the very first PLA printers. And yeah, ever since then, I seem to download every different type of CAD program, watch about half of the first tutorial, and then go back to Thingiverse. So I don't think I'm one who's really one of these people who's really mastered operating the CAD software. But then, as other people here know, someone says squirrel and Martin's distracted altogether. I have this habit of running down all these different rabbit holes. Let's go back and have a look what other questions we got here. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll answer that question as yes. Someone's asking asking for a friend, so I'll say yes to that, and I'm not going to let anybody else know what the question is. But on a serious note, what resins are you using that take 3 to 5 hours to cure? Is a question.
So what I'm printing, yes, that is a bit long. What I'm printing, I'm using a biocompatible resin. So that just takes a little bit longer to cure than normal. And then um, it's mainly just the type of resin you're using that can vary. Most modeling resins, which are the ones that smell, that's the other difference, is a lot of resins can be toxic, but they can cure much faster than that. I just personally have experience with biocompatible resin for my job, and that's just it's a higher resolution printer too. So it's like it's got a few more steps than a normal resin printer. But yeah, cure time can, depending on what it is you're printing, it varies a little bit. But yeah, for resin, it can even be, I think, in some cases down to an hour, depending on the resin you're using. But yeah, typically for me, it's about 3 hours.
Okay. I noticed with some of these resins, as you said, they are quite toxic. So one question I've got I'll throw in there, which kind of marries up with the previous one, is do you use with your resin printing? Do you use a curing station to put them in? And if you do, would you recommend people get a curing station if they decide to go down the rabbit hole of buying resin printers?
So with resin printers, the one that I'm using, so I work in a lab, and the resin printer we actually keep in a fume hood. So if you're getting a resin printer, definitely highly recommend putting it in some place that gets ventilation, whether that be by a window, or I wouldn't really recommend a garage, but because of the temperature change. But if you have such environment where the temperature isn't too dramatic, then yeah, an environment like that would be great. Or if you build in your own ventilation system, which I've seen many times in different magazines that people have explored, you could do that as well. But then yes, curing stations, highly recommend. Way better. I mean, depends on what you print, of course, and how much you're printing. But a curing station really helps a lot. It just, it's like a little dishwasher for your parts, and it does help with the overall curing process when you use, the UV cure or the heat cure, which I also use curing stations for. I have a curing station that is an alcohol wash bath, which is like a little dishwasher, but full of alcohol, and then a UV cure and heat machine. But one, quick anecdote with UV cure and heat, I would not recommend doing them together. Do them in separate steps. UV cure first, then heat, as that can cause warping if you do them simultaneously, depending on the model, especially if it has very thin components in areas, or structurally it has, there's a very narrow part somewhere in it. Yeah.
Cool. That's a good bit of information to have. Another question here again regarding resins. Well, I guess being we're doing 3D printing, we're going to have a lot of question on resin. Have you ever used any of the water-based resins?
I have not used water-based resins. No, sorry.
Okay, well that got rid of that question really quick. What's this? Have you? Okay, someone's asking a question here about the different resins that you can get. Have you ever mixed and experimented with mixing different resins to, say, get a less brittle mix, especially being as you're doing N scale?
So that's a very good question. I have not, because the resins that which I have access to, that would be, let's just say, for those of you who have seen Harry Potter, that'd be a Seamus experiment. So no, I have not. That is definitely an interesting thing to do. If you're going to do that, I would strongly recommend finding resins that have the same uh, like curing processes and recommendations on the box, on the bottle. Typically, that's going to be the same brand, which is why I wouldn't pursue that so strongly, because you're just going to end up using two of the same resin, just in different colors or something along those lines. But honestly, I'm not as knowledgeable in that subject, so I would defer to YouTube on that.
Yeah, mixing chemicals. It reminds me of back in my childhood, one of the biggest things was a chemistry set, and everybody that had a chemistry set was the biggest thing they could do was make the biggest explosion. So no one learned anything about chemistry. All we learned about was burns. But anyway,
Yeah.
Another question's come in here. Someone's asking if you had any experience with the new 8K printers. I think they're talking about the resolution there, not the price.
Yeah, 8K printers are those are a bit hard to find. The one that I'm currently using is I want to say it's a 4K printer, right? But then there is an I don't remember its resolution, but it's somewhere up there, that I just got access to, but I have not tried printing anything on it. I know it takes ridiculously long to print on it, so that's its own subject matter, right? The finer the printer, typically the much longer it will take. So no, I have not.
So that sounds like it could be a subject for a clinic coming up in the future once you've had some more experience with them.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. We've got a question here, and I reckon this question's come from Andy Ambrose in the UK, because he's always after some way of setting up a new business. And he says, when you purchase a file, do you have the rights to resell? Here he goes.
So that is typically listed on the website directly. So for something like Thingiverse, it's almost always posted. The designer almost always will put, or it's sometimes even just on the copyright on the website, that the files posted are for distribution and use, personal use. They are not meant for you to sell. That's kind of the whole point of those forums. Now then you get into the details of, like, say you print a train car, someone in your train club doesn't have access to a 3D printer but wants that train car. Can you sell it to them? That's going to be your own deal. Just don't do it online is all I would say, because that you could get into some trouble.
Exactly. I think it goes down the same lines of doing casting. I do a lot of casting here for bits and pieces, and once you've got a mold or a master and made a mold of it, you can do as many as you like for yourself. But it's you tread a thin line if you're going to start selling them, I think.
Yep.
And someone says here, can I just 3D scan something with my phone and then 3D print it?
I wish.
Yeah, so I don't think you can do it with a phone. I know some people that have done it, and I think they use is it an Xbox camera that they use and some special software and the likes.
Yeah, so I'm honestly, I have not done said scan, but if you're going to resin print it, you have to scan it in a high enough quality that it is, compatible with the resin printer. So that requires a very high level of scan. or you just import it into a CAD tool and then re-export it as an STL, but you can't expect it to be as precise as what it is you scanned. Yeah, so that would definitely be awesome. If you do that, I would love to see it.
Yes, I think there's a couple of people that are out there doing that at the moment. I know Mini Prints, Bernard is doing it with the AML people at the moment. And yeah, he's you can buy a little Lionel, and you can buy a few of the other cast from the Modelers Life Network. But anyway, there's a comments dropped in here. It says phone yes, but cleanup needed. So it must be pretty messy if you use a phone. We'll move on to the next question here because we're running out of time. I'm warbling along here. What are the benefits of using 3D printing rather than, say, using a CNC milling machine or milling the components out?
I would mainly say time and human error are the two that come to mind there. With especially milling, you have a lot of risk of taking off too material, right? And that is often, I mean, you can, set, if you either you have like a jig or a holder that can hold the material that you're shaving and try and get to the right point, but still you're shaving layer by layer and you have to manipulate it such that you get the exact contours that you want, right? So that requires a whole nother level of human precision, which 3D printing, you just send it to the printer and let the printer mess up, not you. And then if the printer messes up, it's not the time, like that's something that, can be fixed much more easily and is typically cheaper, depending on what it is. But, let the 3D printer the 3D printer will always be more accurate than you are. So that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, someone's also mentioned a comment here, added in the steps of CAM software needed and a large learning curve. So I guess it's another piece of software that you've got to get your head round.
I got to look into that.
Yeah, I don't think I would stay out of rabbit holes long enough to do, but anyway. Have you an opinion? So someone's asking a question here. Do you have an opinion on how quickly the printers that are available today are superseded tomorrow and then cheaper as well? In other words, the rapid change in the technology of 3D printing. And I mean, I think back to when I bought my Up printer years ago. I think I paid about $500 or $600 Australian for it, and that was a really good deal then. But you could probably buy the same printer now for $50. So there's a rapid redundancy in the technology.
Yeah, I mean, same experience. My printer, was probably decreased in price by in some places $100, right? Just in the course of, 3 years. So yeah, I would compare it honestly to a phone. The way Apple puts out phones, printers come out, if not faster. And there's always new companies coming out too. It's not just like the same set of companies who are releasing new printers. It's actually typically just that there are so many companies making printers. It's that new of a field that there is no really dominant player controlling everything. So yes, it changes a lot. Just choose when you start and invest wisely is what I would say. And you're gonna kind of be once you start, you'll be enticed and leave room in the budget for another printer.
Okay, well, our next question someone asked, can a 3D printer make a 3D printer? Well, I guess it probably could.
Yes, it can. Some 3D printers require you to print parts for them to make them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would a 3D printer help me build my layout quicker? I think someone's having a dig at me there on that one because I'm known to be a dawdler in the construction of layouts.
My answer to that would be no. That's up to the modeler on how fast they progress. If anything, it can make it slower, depending on if you're resorting to like I'm doing, like making my own bridges opposed to buying kits. But in the long run, that is cheaper. And for me, it's much more rewarding experience, to be able to design it, see it printed, and then model it myself, opposed to just buy it off the shelf and then see it on, someone else's layout or some module and be like, oh, I could have just made that myself. But so yeah, that's its own thing.
Not a problem. And Okay, someone's left a sarcastic remark here. They reckon they guessed that they need to wait another 10 more years before I finish my layout. So you never know. You never know. I'm not in a rush. So that was brilliant. Now, do you have a YouTube channel that's out there where people can go and get hints and tips and bits and pieces?
I do not. My parents have told me I should, because then I could make money off of it. But no, I do not actually, and I actually am not really on social media either. I'm a weird Generation Z. But you can always reach out to me by email, and then of course, I could send you my number if you wanted to touch base more often.
Not a problem. Well, we're going to
I'll
have.
go back to that slide real quick.
Okay. Brad will put that up. Well, we've got a breakout room that we'll give you the link to that you'll be able to go over. And if there's no other questions, people can drop over there or just go back and have a quick look in the actual YouTube. What do you reckon, Brad? Did I get them all? Or okay, so we did something right this afternoon. I got something right this afternoon. It's a bonus. And look, Ethan, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very, very much for your time and your effort in putting the presentation and that together. And I think everyone got quite a bit out of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We thought Jerry was going to come and join us to say hello to everyone, but he obviously doesn't want to speak to us. He's having too much fun in the chat, by the looks of it. He's been chatting there with Heath. So what do you reckon? We just play his video. He put everything down on video. He's got bits and pieces, collection of tips and frequently asked questions, I believe.
Well, honestly, I think everyone out there would much rather watch the video than to listen to me and you for the next 50 minutes. So, yeah, why don't we just cut into the video and we'll try to get Jerry in here after the show.
Are you trying to imply something there, Brad?
Yeah, me and you aren't good lookers. We're more tech guys.
Yeah, we've got faces for radio. Okay,
That's it, yeah.
You better roll the video then and we'll catch up later on.
The gear splits and that pops out nice and easy, and with the split is always in the short end of the gear, and you can quite often see it when you look down on it. This one, you look for the little nick in the end and that's where it splits. Right, I may have had a photograph of that for you to see a little bit better than my shaky hands holding those gears. So that's the easy part of the job. The hard part is getting the axle out. This varies from one loco to another, or model of loco, and I will pick the worst one first. This is the original 44 class. From Australia. 3 arrived to get decoders. We had a look at the first one. I took this to a Division 7 meeting of NMRA. And we pulled the first one out the box. Nicely weathered, looks okay. And we shall work out which gears are split. Now, put it in the cradle, which sits there nicely. And something sharp. And we'll catch hold of the wheels. Now I'll pull you in a little bit so that you don't have to change your glasses and put something else on. There we go. So we'll start this end. You can tell the gears split. You can catch hold of one side, and as you can see, this one, or you may not be able to see it, that one goes a little bit, but that's just the play in the gear. Go to the other side, and it goes round and round like a merry-go-round. Okay. So that one's split. What I do then is just a little pencil mark on the bottom of the truck. We shall try the next one. Oh, look at that. Aren't we lucky? We got another one. And it's nothing to do the amount of use a loco has or has had. Oh, look at that. Oh, aren't we lucky? There's number 3. So we got 3 on there. I know the other truck because I've already done it at the divisional demo or clinic that I did. So it's got something to do with the composition of the gears, the stuff they used. Americans will know about it. Proto 2000 had exactly the same problem for 10 years. I haven't bought a new one in 10 years, so I don't know if they're still the same. But these are the first real diesels on the Australian market. The 44 class, which is a 250 Alco, and it's the favourite for a lot of people because has an Alco 251 engine, prime mover. So these were the first ones out, very popular. These would have come out in the prototype would have come out in the 50s in America. Quite a few of them are still running here in Australia in mainline use. So that gives you an idea of what they like. Yes, they do smoke a bit, but that's not the problem for today. So we have marked those 3 gears, and they're the ones that we're going to change. So I shall zoom you in. And all we need is a pair of needle nose pliers. Nothing special, no parallel grips. Tapered grips are better. You don't spend an extra $40–50 for special ones with parallel tips. These are an expensive pair. They cost me $2 in a local $2 shop, and that was at least 10 years ago. So they do last, and I've done quite a few locos. The next bit we need, small screwdriver, and we stick the driver up its foo-foo valve like so, and you can see it's got a bit of a kink. I'm running out of space. I need more side space. When I twist the screwdriver, you can see it's lifting up slightly. So we go in only a little bit in. It doesn't have to go down deep. We just squeeze those 2 little tabs together. And then we go down to the next one. And number 3. And number 4. There we go. That's it. What we're doing, we're squeezing the little tabs on the inside of the main chassis, and they clip on to these pieces of plastic. Right, so we're just giving them a little squeeze in so this can jump off. So put that down. There's one wheel set wanted to come out and get changed quickly, so we catch hold of it. There we go. One stuffed. Take the other end off as well. Put them there. I will throw them in the bin later. There's the other one. That was a bit tight on the other end, and we'll do this one. There we go. And he's looking at them. They're all the original gears. Because a few years ago you couldn't get any of these. You have to buy another loco for spare parts. But nowadays we can get these parts nicely. For a while, a few years ago, as I suppose an intermediate thing, some gentleman somewhere put these on the web. They're a nylon gear, exactly the same gear size. It's wider. It's not going to split, obviously. And they were the temporary fix. You just buy those, slip them on. To do that, to make sure you got it right, I made up a little jig. There's my little jig. We turn it over, and you can see it slips in either side of the gear. There's a fraction of play, but the thickness, the width of this board, the main board, is the back-to-back gauge for the wheels. So something nice and easy. When you're putting them on, they go right. And people can't make the jigs themselves. That's fair enough. Not everyone's a craftsman. Some do beautiful scenery, but when it comes to mechanics, you don't let them near the bottom of a train. So, the current method is black gears. There they go. I will take you out a little bit. There you go. We have gears. There are 12 in a packet. That's enough to do 2 6-wheel locos like this. And they're 3D printed with different gear on it. And that one is for Austrains locos and some of the Precision locos. And as you can see on the screen, that says Austrains, and this one Trainorama. The Austrains ones are perfect for Proto 2000 4-wheel trucks. So those of you who had those for the past 20 odd years, you had alternatives. You can get them from the manufacturer on a good day, because the company was bought out by another company and the spare parts died up. But they could get an alternative from Northwest Shortline, and they're very good. Once you put them on, they never split. But at $18 each American, that's around $24, $26 Australian, plus $30 to $40 postage to Australia. It's not really a good idea. So, we'll fit these gears. We want 3 of them, so we take 3 out of the packet. And there we go. First one goes on, we just push it in the end slightly. And we do the same at the other end. As you can see, they go in nicely, but they won't go in too far. There's a gap, and that is because of a ridge they've put in the 3D printing. They've put a ridge in the middle. Now we'll shove that one in the hole. The big difference between these and the old ones, the old one has a thinner gear. Don't know if you can see that there. We may have to bring the camera in. That's got a thinner, narrower gear which fits over to one side. The newer ones, they've got quite a large gear and it goes all the way across. So yeah, it's going to make with the gear without any problems whatsoever, and the benefit makes them so much stronger because you don't have this little bit on the end with a piece cut out, bit for molding. So I think the Chinese had a day off then when they were designing those. So that's that one. We do the same with the others. We don't have to put them in a vise or anything like that. Just push it in, get the other one, push it in, use your forefinger, and we'll slide it in, and it's stopped. No, it hasn't. Press it a bit more. Perfect. Yep, that's perfect. So we put that on and straighten up the bearing blocks. Remember the bearing blocks, they're important. I will show you that in a short while. You push that one in, and push that one in and squeeze it, and they're in, and that drops in the end. So now we've got all our gears replaced on that one. Our muff gears. There we go. Got a little bit of play in them. You know I've got the other one, the wrong ones in when there's no free play in there. Now I shall stop it for a moment. Now everyone has one of these, an NMRA wheel gauge. For whatever scale you're doing. N scale, they're smaller. O scale, they're bigger, but virtually the same shape. And we'll take one wheel set out, and you saw me squeeze these down and it stopped because of the ridge. We put the gauge on it and look at that, perfect. What more do you want? And I can go through all those three and it's the same. Now, before I put the cover on, there we go. There, that's ready. Did the other end at the clinic last week, so I don't have to worry about those. So, before we put the cover on, I'll point out these phosphor bronze blocks. Now, if the logo's been sat around, like I know these have been sat around, because the guy has just finished building his house and he hasn't quite started on building his layout yet. So, he's had these on the shelf for numerous years. And before that, they were running, well, up until now, they're running DC, because no decoder in this one. So, you put it on the track and try it, and it'll go an inch, maybe 2 inches if you're lucky. Stop, give it a nudge, bang, off it goes again. So people then say clean the tracks. So people clean the tracks. They use the same sort of thing as I use, a piece of cork, or they use sandpaper, wet and dry, files, angle grinders, all sorts of different things you see come out to clean the track. Put the logo back on, makes no difference. So then they have to clean all the wheels with whatever method they use. I won't be doing that at the moment, but they can use. But the problem is where this bush sits in the metal frame. That's one material there, and the frame is another material. And on DC, no problems. On DCC, because of an alternating wave, we get oxidization and corrosion build up between the two. And because they're sat there and nothing wipes them off, it's not going to get any better. So, what you need to do, as I was saying, what you need to do is get a small brush. Should be able to see that one. And I have a little bottle, about the same size as a Floquil paint bottle. For those of you who are under 50, you may not remember back that far. So, in here, I have the magic liquid called CRC 226. Right? Which, great stuff. And it comes in a can. And it's not a contact cleaner as such. It cleans the contacts and then it coats them to stop oxidization. Now, I use this into a can. This is a brand new can. The other one died a week or so ago. It was empty. And I bought that in 2009. And now we're into 2022. So you can see they do last a while. So with a little bit of liquid on the brush, we just touch either side of the block. You can do this with the cover plate on. You don't have to take it off. But any loco that has these square bearings, a lot of British, some British, a lot of Australian, and a lot of Americans have these fossil bronze blocks. So you put that on, and you only have to do that about once every 6 months when you're running. Depends on how close you are to a large body of water like the sea or the Pacific Ocean or something similar. Then we get the gear cover and put it on and press, click click, and it goes in nicely. I'm not going to put this up on the track to run it at the moment. We'll do that a bit later with one of the other clinics we'll be doing. So there's one. That's done, and it's all ready to go to. But I'll give you a few hints about general installs of decoders. There's a lot of people have a lot of strange ideas about installing decoders. So this one, we'll start on it now. We'll give it a bit more room. There we go. And what I have to do is take the body off, like a lot of locos. You have to take the KD couplings out of the end. So undo the screw. One screw over there, and there's the KD comes out of there. And we do the other end. I'm doing this on this one because besides a decoder install, which I won't need to show you, because we've had decoders around a long time now and everyone knows how to put a decoder in, so they tell me. I do. I average 2 installs a day. So there we go, that's out the way. And the next part is to pull the body off. A number of the models from this manufacturer, you can just pull the sides and they unclip. There we go. The 2 little bits that have just fallen out, we'll put them there to show you what they are. They're the housings that go on the side for the staff exchanger for single track working. And they pop out, one at the front and one at the back. So we finished taking the body off. There it is. Nice and simple. Pair of black leads go into the rear lamp. Chop them because we will be putting LEDs in this thing afterwards, which is another clinic, which will be one of the clinics you will see in this session. And this one has already been touched. It's got a decoder. Just seeing which one he's put in. It looks like a TCS, but it's not quite the right shape for a TCS. But anyway, these parts are called inductors, and we'll bring you in. Oh, too far. These are inductors, and there's a little surface mount capacitor fits across those 2 contacts there. Now we can leave the inductors in. If we do take them out, we put wire across them. The capacitor, once it's out, it's gone. This will make one hell of a difference at slow speed running. And I know some people like to use theirs as race cars and send them around the track at high speed, but if you're going to run them slow, all you need is just take the capacitor out. We're going to remove the board. At the moment, this also has an option to have an 8-pin decoder in, and that's in nice and tight, which is supposed to be. We're going to get it out without bending the pins. We have a pair of tweezers, and we slide the tweezers in just under the surface. Bang, it's lifting up. Turn the other side, and we do the same on the other side, and comes up. Didn't bend any pins, and right, we're now on to the next one. Excuse any random noises. It is raining. If it gets heavy, I'll just have to stop and wait. It's been like this for a week, and it's got another week to go, just like a British summer sign. So this part is to deal with pickups. A lot of people say, oh, it keeps stopping and it doesn't like going across turnouts and all these sorts of things, and they clean the wheels, they clean the track, it still stops, and they start adding expensive current keepers, or if they're clever enough, they make their own. Not many people do that. Here's one example. This little beastie, it was in a box of random stuff from a deceased estate about 15 years ago, and I finally got round to cleaning it up, powering up, replacing the bits that were missing as far as I could, and it goes. It's got a little non-sound decoder in for the moment, but the important part on this one are the pickups. On the tender, we have a piece of phosphor bronze. There's a little circuit board there, or it's bent down. It can be done either way. So red is on the right, black is on the left, so it picks up off all tender wheels, and it picks up off wheels on the both sides at the front. Makes one heck of a difference. People say, oh, there's a lot of drag by putting wipers on. Not really. We've got one, this is on the tender, so we can't put anything heavy on, otherwise it will stop the wheels turning. So I use a 10 thou. I use, whoops, upside down for you. I use 10 thou phosphor bronze wire, and this is a Tichy Trains packet of pickups. I have 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15 and 20 in these tubes, and it's surprising when and where you use the different sizes. But for tenders, where the wheels have got to roll around, I use the 10 thou, which is what I've done here. That doesn't rub on the tread, it rubs on the outside edge, and you can see I've had to put a plate on to mount a KD on this one, but these are other matters. Half this side was missing, I've had to rebuild it and put bits on it. It runs well, it's a good little switcher. It's got pickups on the driver, both sides. There's the one plate, and there's a 15 thou wire running on the back of the drivers. So that's the little one. Now we'll do another. The steam loco. This is a delight to work with. It's a Proto 2000 080. These came out around about 2001. and a very nice looking loco when it's been weathered a little bit like this one. But the important thing on this one, it didn't come supplied with pickups on the tender wheels. There was provision for it. There were holes in the trucks and slots for the pickups to go through, but they never actually fitted them. And these are a plasticky type axle, so you can't rub on the axles or do anything like that. So again, like the other loco, there's a hole in the middle which was already there. The wire goes through, it's bent over on the back and just touches the back of the wheel, just on there. This one has been working for, as I say, 20 years, because I like this. I've got 3 of them and they run very, very well. The other thing I've done with this, we got firebox flicker down above the pan there, and I let a very good friend of mine, mad as a hatter, I let him play with it for a couple of hours, and he's fitted a working bell. There's a little mechanism in there which will rock the bell back and forth when you press the bell, and you can adjust the speed of this so it matches the ding dong. He's a ding dong, and you've seen quite a bit of his work on the web. So that's it. The pickups make a world of difference. The other type of pickup you'll come across is this is a Japanese Bachmann tender. It has the phosphor bronze wipers that touch the axles. You can see the marks on the axles where it's actually rubbed the axle, which is good. But there's a screw in the middle. If you tighten the screw up so that makes contact, the truck won't turn. So what you have to do, ideally, is run a wire down and into where the decoder's mounted on the inside. On this side we've got red, and on this side we've got black, so it picks up off those 2 wheels and those 2 wheels. The wheels had been changed on these because there was a bent axle when I got it second hand. But there we go, just checking those and using CRC just to the spot on each of the bearings, and that stops corrosion and allows plenty of good running. Now we go for the biggie. We need a crane for this one, really. Oh, it's a big thing. We'll put it there. Brass tender on the brass loco. This is a Tenshodo S2 Great Northern 484. On the tender, we've done the same as we've done on the others. We pick up off one side of the tender. You can see the wheels are dirty on this one. We pick up off one side of the tender, off the wheels. They go straight through the body. So you clip contact clean underneath. And the other side, we have a pickup. And this one only picking up off the 2 outer wires, outer wheels. So with something that long, that heavy, that's quite good. Now at the front end, we got a little bit ambitious because this is in a bit of a state when I've got it. So replace the motor, replace the gearbox, and added this circuit board. Took the plate off the bottom of the frame, measured it, copied it, and insulated where necessary down there and down there. And we cut a section out there because this used to act for the chuff cam. well, it still is a chuff cam, but I don't use it now because modern decoders, the good decoders, don't need a chuff cam. That's TCS and WOWs, TCS WOWs and the Tsunami 2s. So put the plate back on and fitted pickup wires as we did before. So we're picking up off all 8 drivers, picking up off one truck which is insulated from the frame. That one's touching the frame, so we pick up off one side there. This one picks up off the same as the tender. So this doesn't stop, but hey, that's the big passenger hauler. We slide him out the way. Okay, diesels, as long as you do the right thing with your diesels. Now this is an Australian one, and as I mentioned before, touch of CRC on the bearing blocks, and that's where 90% of the pickup problems occur on these. They've been to a club once, they go to a club once a month. You may miss the odd month or so because of weather or other things, so they don't get used very often, and these are the ones that would need the CRC. Right, and we shall go to an American diesel. This one's been heavily modified, and we use my pointer. There's the decoder mounted on the plate at the back. Motor's been replaced with the Kato clone. The difference between this and the Kato motor is about 40 bucks. The Kato replacements are $44 Australian. This one's $4 postage free, and all my Proto 2000 diesels have got these motors now. A third of the current that the original motors pulled. So pickup, the same as the Australian loco. We have a metal plate, phosphor bronze bearings, and they have a touch every 6 months, and any rough riding that they do, any jerkiness, spot of CRC with a small brush will fix the problem. Okay, now while I've got this here, I was talking about fitting extra lights on your locos. Well, this one's a 20-year-old loco. So we've done a little bit of modification to it internally. We've added a little connector board. Start buying plugs and sockets. They take up room. They cause problems in the long run. So just solder to the board. Got another one down inside. Whoop, get you in focus. There's another one down inside and one at the back. The reason I use the perforated board like this, you just cut at one point for your resistor. I use LEDs. You have to have resistors with LEDs. A 1K resistor, surface mount, and you can see that better on this one here. We'll try and bring it in a bit closer. We'll try and bring it in a bit closer without fuzzing it up. There you go, on your 65-inch computer monitor, you'll see that beautifully. So there's one resistor there, another resistor there, and that didn't need it. We have resistor under there. So The surface mounts, very easy to use, take up a lot less space than the others with the long leads hanging off the end. And the front end on this one is a bit strange. It's one of the early Proto 2000s. As you can see, the weight's in the middle. It's not a solid frame like the later ones. And we use fiber optics. Now, there we go. Underneath here, a fiber optics. I will show a photograph of this, which you can see clearly. But there's a tube, and the fibers for the two marker lights go into the tube. On the back end of the tube is a square, probably about a 2mm square LED, and that LED well, on a few of the photographs I've shown you already, we have an assembly, a tube with two fiber optics going in the end, and on the back end we've glued super glue, normal super glue. A bicolor lead will give me a red and white. So run the wires off, and these will be fired by function 0, headlight and backup light. So I've used yellow and white wires for that, and blue is of course the positive. So what we shall do now, I shall touch my test leads on the little piece of circuit board which carries all the information. There we have red. You can see the white tube down the bottom is shining red. We will put tape over that or paint that black when we install it in the local. And we shall do the other side as well, which is there. Whoops, missed it. Not easy to look at the camera to see what's happening and do it. There we go. This we have white. So we have white going forward, red going back. Now I use this piece of board, and this has been in previous clinics. It's just a piece of circuit board. You can use a piece of styrene, but I use this because I can scrub it every time. It's got double-sided sticky running down there, which I've sliced into sections. So I want to solder something like the board or solder the leads back on the back of the lead. I can peel off that piece and I can stick the units on there. No vice or any funny clips to hold it onto the double-sided sticky, and that will work. So you've seen these are the fibers. This is 0.75mm. For those who like working in thous, you can work that out yourself. And there's a piece of red heat shrink tube in there around these, and they just get pushed into the hole, which is the right size. Any piece of styrene. You can use brass, but it's much easier to use styrene. And you glue the transistor, the surface mount LED on the back. Now you can get those with leads on, and they follow a color code. All 4 leads coming off will be black. So you can use either your own wires or that. These can go then inside. This is glued to the top of the cab, and these will go down to the markers on either side of the road. These go down to the markers on either side of the loco, and that's it. They go through the hole that you've made in the nose. You can see on the front of this one I've already got the two areas where they're going to be. This one has two lights coming through. I'll only use the one. Most people wouldn't know the difference anyway. And while you've got it sticking out and this is in place, you may have about half an inch, quarter of an inch sticking out the end. So you get the soldering iron and you hold the soldering iron about 1 millimeter from the end, and that will put a lens on it, and then you just pull it back in and it will stay in the hole. It won't go through. With a bit of super glue on it, it's there forever. I use two types of super glue, both Loctite 401, which is the instant glue, and to pull it apart you need a chainsaw. And I use the other glue which I get at Bunnings in the Australian place, and that is called Professional. They come in the 25-gram containers and last approximately a year, 18 months each. So there you go. Don't get these little tubes on cardboard in the $2 shop. They're just not worth the paper. Always get a Loctite. It's a good glue, and there are many variations, but the two I use are the instant, and the one that's a bit slower goes about 4 to 5 seconds to set, and that's all there is to it. It's red or white, depending on which lead you power. They're the two leads. Right, and we'll show you these in a close-up in a moment. And the tube in there, so we select white going forward, red when it's coming back. So the marker lights on the front will go on and off. And I will show you the photographs of these once we put this back together and back on the track. But that's how you can do. You glue these little boards in. They're called Vero board, and you get them for any electronic type shops. Probably 3 inches by 12 inches, and you can chop them up into little pieces if you wish. So that's done there. That's all the lights. Oops, yeah. We don't have a backlight on here. There's no backlight there. Let's zoom you out a bit. Because this is always coupled to a B unit. So, and the B unit's the same number, 278, so there's no consisting involved. It's also got the same decoder. So, we have a bit of tube there to hold the wires up above. They're not going to drop in. And we haven't got any flywheels. We don't need them because we got back EMF. And all the other bits and pieces you get with a decoder. And yep, that's that one. Now, another question comes up. How do I put lights in my coaches, or in this case into a caboose? Similar to a coach, only a bit shorter. That's what I tell everybody. Again, we have pickups. It comes through there, drilled through the top of the truck. These are a thirn, I think, and the wires go back inside. Inside that, I'm not going to pull it off. We have on this one a circuit board with the components on, diodes, capacitor, to drive surface mount LEDs. up in the marker light, the brake lights on there. They're red. I don't do anything fancy. Some of these, this is a caboose that's been modified to represent Great Northern. It's got the plate on the end, different handrails, the handles up the ladder, handles on the top, or whatever you call them. Names vary from country to country. And we got the decking, and the same at the other end. So, and all the bits around the top, that's bent. So straighten it, there we go. Just to make it look Great Northern. These are used on the longer trains with diesel hauls, because they're a later caboose. The only modifications I've done to these is add an LED in there. There's not one at that end, so it's just the one end in there, and a little bit of interior lighting. Now this is one of two of these that I have. You can see a piece of circuit board glued inside in the truck, and the wipers added to it, and wire from each side, and they're kept clean and they run quite well. Now this one is 72. We got 77. This one is 77. The difference is this one's got a decoder inside, so that I can turn the LED on. There's the LED there, and there's another one there. And I don't know if you can see inside the roof, just there is the wires, because it's a surface mount LED in there, and pick up slightly differently, but still does the same job. And they wipe the wheels. The decoder will also turn on lights in the different sections of the caboose. Now, I don't go out and buy special function-only decoders for that. This is the old decoders from early days that would hum when you were trying to drive them. They were non-sound. They had the low frequency drive signal for the motor, as was most brands back around 2000. And they later came out with silent drives. So the old decoder, you don't throw them away. You stick a resistor onto 100 ohm resistor across the motor terminals and program them to operate the lights, and you can change the direction of the lights. So
Okay, so another great little video from Jerry. I think now that he's probably, is he still in the lead on the clinic count? I think he is. He's done a clinic or a video for us, I think, just about every show we've put on. So well done, Jerry. Now, we were going to ask him some questions about that, but he's not he didn't join us in here, but he's been in the chat and he's answered most of the questions there. So I think we've covered most of that. So next thing, we're going to have another show on the 22nd of October. So everybody pencil in your diaries, the next NMRAx. I think Speed's got the bookings filling up. We might try and get Neil back for that one to do his clinic that we had internet problems with. And yeah, so the next big thing, I suppose, is the convention. It's a week and a half, and I've got to get into a big tube of toothpaste and sit in there for 16 hours. I think it's I've got about 26 hours in total to get to St. Louis. So I look forward to seeing a lot of the folks there. And I believe your Speed's heading there. Brad, they won't let out the country yet, so
Still convicted down here.
Yeah, he's still got time to serve before he's allowed out. But Speed will be there. But yeah, so I think we've come to the end of another 8-hour session.
Yeah, I think so. What do you reckon? We roll the ads, finish this up, and we might jump over in the breakout room and see who joins us over there.
Yeah, so everybody that's online still at the moment, we've got a breakout room happening. We'll put the link in the chat, and everybody head over there, and we can have a bit of a chin wag there, as Adam Whiskey would say. And as far as it, I think we'll say goodbye.
All right.
So from the deep dark parts of Namibia, I think, what's it, 3 o'clock in the morning with Speed at the moment in Southern Africa. Okay, well, I'll catch you all the next time.
All right. See you later.
All right, hit the go button. Hey, Marty, the camera's still on. It's still rolling. Don't go get a sandwich now. It's still rolling. Marty's gone down to the beach. Marty lives like 30 feet from the beach. Marty is like loaded with coin. You see, when Marty's not on camera, this is what he's doing. He's always doing this. Anyways, the guys at NMRAx, you got your Marty Jenkins, you got your Gordy Robinson, who's now the president of the NMRA, you got your Speed Muller, you got your Brad Anderson. If I'm missing somebody, I apologize, but those are the names Marty told me to mention. So anyways, these guys work really hard on these videos and getting them out, and the clinicians work really hard. So if you're enjoying it, apparently, according to Tony Cook, I watched his promos, and apparently what you do is you click on you subscribe, like you're getting a magazine, and then you click on the little bell icon. And then you'll get notifications whenever there's a new NMRAx video available. I should be a lot smoother doing this. If I was Burt Reynolds, I would be like way smoother doing this. It should be something like this. That would be much better. All right. Anyways, that's what you got to do. You got to subscribe. You got to click the little bell icon. You'll get tons more videos. These guys are doing an awesome job, a yeoman's job. And make sure you tell them that you enjoyed my promo videos more than you enjoyed Tony Cook's promo videos. That is key. Did I do it right, Marty? Okay. All right. Thumbs up, Marty. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The toilet goes backwards. Yeah, I know that. That's cool. Up, Marty. See ya.